So welcome to our university, Hellenic Mediterranean University, and to the Department of Electronic Engineering in Chania. It's a great pleasure for us to join us in this International Staff Week. It's quite strange because the 6 previous ones happened as a face-to-face event. Now it's virtually, which is it's a challenge, but hopefully we are going to do okay. And in the forthcoming May, this pandemic will be past, and we will have you face to face here in Kenya again. I would like to provide now to give the floor to Emeritus Professor Ioannis Kaliakatsos, who is still a member of our International Relations Office. And then after Ioannis Kaliakatsos, I will provide the floor to our department's director, Professor Hadjakis, for a short welcome. So we will start with Ioannis Kaliakatsos. Ioannis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kostas. Hello, good morning, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear students. I am Ioannis Kaliakatsos. I am now an emeritus professor in Hellenic Mediterranean University, but I was many before, ex-director.
Yannis, you should unmute yourself.
It's okay. Okay. So again, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear students, I am Ioannis Kaliakatsos, and I am Professor Emeritus in the Hellenic Mediterranean University. But in the past, I was many as ex-director, ex-dean, ex-vice president, ex-vice rector, etc. And for many years, I was in the position that Kostas is now. I was the academic director in the International Relations Office. Of course, it is a great honor for me to be invited by my friend and the colleague Kostas Petridis, that he is the academic director of the Office of International Relations and also the organizer of this event. I'm calling to open the 7th week of Erasmus of the Greek Mediterranean University in Chania. I remember when we organized in May 2014 the first week of Erasmus for teaching. We had only 6 speakers who taught the students of the department for about 30 hours, and we reached in 2019, in the 6th week of Erasmus, to have 38 speakers from 20 countries and other 48 staff members from foreign universities who they came to be trained. This year, Kostas and I started the organization very early, and at the beginning of March, we already had over 100 participants. Unfortunately, in May, it was not possible to implement Erasmus Week due to the coronavirus pandemic. We postponed the event for this week, but again, it was not possible to take place since the pandemic continues with the same intensity. Thanks to Kostas and his experience in distance education, Kostas suggested that we can do an Erasmus Week online, and here we are. This is the first time we dare to do such a thing, but I firmly believe that this project, inspired by Kostas and organized by him and his colleagues in the Office of International Relations and the Department of Electronics Engineering, will be crowned with success and will be the beginning of to implement blended Erasmus weeks from now on. It is a pity that we will not be able to host you as we would like, but we hope to give you all the opportunity to enrich your experiences and to have you with us whenever you wish in the future. And of course, in the next Erasmus Week, which will take place in May 2021. Thank you very much for joining us and for those who came. And I hope to be satisfied even by this type of Erasmus Week. Thank you very much all, and I hope to see you soon somewhere. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Yanis. I hope that we're not going to build any tradition on this remotely implemented Erasmus Week and come back to the face-to-face events, as you have very clearly described and reviewed. And now the floor is to John Hadjakis, the director of the Department of Electronic Engineering, who is the host of this, not only of this Erasmus Week, but of the 6 previous ones. So Yanis, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Dear colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, as the head of the Department of Electronic Engineering of the Hellenic Mediterranean University, it is a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you to the 7th International Teaching Week in Electronic Engineering, Information Technology and Education. Unfortunately, the year 2020 has been the year that the coronavirus pandemic brought new habits and challenges to our lives. And because of this International Week, we run as face-to-face and remotely as well. I would like to thank the colleagues that got the risk to travel and be with us at Chania, Crete. Welcome to our institution. Kostas.
Thank you very much, Ioannis, for this message. Hopefully, we are going to do our best in order to make this week successful as possible. All right, with your contribution and your questions. Hopefully, we are going to have a lot of questions during the presentation session. We are going to make our remotely connection more interactive. So I will jump directly to the first speaker. The first speaker comes from UK, from the University of Staffordshire. He's a great friend of our department. Actually, he's a veteran. I think that he has participated in all the Erasmus Weeks that we have organized. This is his 7th participation. I think that I will give him a medal when I will meet him again. He's Jonathan Westlake. He's going to speak to us. He's going to start this session about soft skills with what are the essential soft skills for electronic engineers. Jonathan, let me allow you to share the screen, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for your contribution. And you have a maximum 45 minutes until the next speaker that is with us. It's Omar from Jordan. I can see that he's with us right now. So, Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Yep.
Please share your screen.
I'm just sharing that. It should just be coming up on your screens now.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to leave the chat open, and so any questions perhaps I can look at the end, but let me just make sure it's maximum. There we go. So it should be in maximum now. Okay, so good morning, everybody. And may I just say congratulations to everybody at HMU, Kostas, Yanis, John, for putting on the event and making it happen, despite all the difficulties with COVID-19. So my title of my talk, Soft Skills for Electronic Engineers. I'm an entrepreneur in residence at Staffordshire University. So I get involved with businesses. We're currently involved with a project with small, medium enterprises, as you can imagine, just as in your fellow countries, where businesses are dealing with unprecedented times. So we're trying to support them in all sorts of ways. Just to say, 10 slides. So it's not 55 slides or 60 slides, 10 slides. So that should be ample for the time period that we've got. And I will pause at certain points and ask for any questions. So I will carry on. So the format of the session, perspectives of soft skills, a term which is used quite a bit, worldwide, really, and sometimes misunderstood. I think everybody sort of nods and says, "Oh, yes, soft skills. Yes, okay. What are those soft skills?" I want to just go through. I suppose my perspective, as you can see from the 2 bullet points, indented there at the top, it's really looking at it from a career perspective. Whether you're at the start of your career, so for the students joining us, it's really trying to give you the perspective of soft skills that you should try and develop, enhance, acquire, because they're important to your ongoing work, getting into the profession, the engineering profession, whatever branch of engineering that may be. I also want to bring in, of course, the COVID-19. How have things changed with soft skills, with the current times that we live through? And there has been a change. Look at what we're doing now. We're doing a Zoom session. So I think I've spent the last 6 months, 7 months, I think my eyes are turning square because I spend all my time online with university work, but also with project work. It's become the norm. So distance learning or working from home used to be sort of the exception that I did, and now it's the full time. I'm majority of the time I'm working from home. So that's been a change in all our lives. Second big bullet point there, my reflections. Of course, I'm bringing in my own views as well, but I will point to things where we can say, well, how do we actually know these things? Obviously, we need to have an element of research, an element of looking wider rather than just being a personal opinion. So you'll find some of my advice may be a little bit provocative. And as I say, it's really for people beginning their career, but also for all of us who are in our career, whether it be midterm or sort of at the latter stages of the career. Although I think retirement for most people is it just keeps on moving out. Certainly in the UK, I think you probably just keep on working really until you just don't come in one weekend. So it's based on my experience really. The following slides, it's really based on working for an engineering company, and also really for me everything is engineering. I work in IT and computing, but really the philosophy in engineering is something that I follow and have always followed. So really, even though I work in computing, and that's been the majority of my working life, the companies I've worked for include engineering companies. So, and I've got friends who are engineers. So I have a perspective really from an engineering point of view. And the point, the penultimate point is on that slide there, that second slide, is that this is lifelong. I think that's something to stress really, particularly for those just starting out on their career. You're studying a degree, you're looking for a job, you may be even working part-time. It's a lifelong thing. You never stop. So that you'll find I'll stress that as well. And what I'm trying to get across really, as you'll see in the sort of slides as I go through them, is really this is something you should develop. You'll never stop. It's never a done deal. It's never perfect. There's always something you can improve and reflect on. So that's the format, the perspective of what I'm going to be going through, and hopefully that will tie into the other speakers that you'll be hearing from today. And we'll have time for Q&A as well, which of course is important. So we'll get to a point where there'll be time in my session we can have a discussion as a group, well, within reason. Okay. So engineering. Now, what is engineering? That's a very good point. Now, I think over the past 2, 3 decades, 4 decades, engineering sometimes has been called, it's been sort of catalogued as being or defined as not being a true profession compared to things like law or medicine or other careers or jobs. So what makes electronic engineering and engineering per se a profession? Well, of course, it's technical skills. We spend all our time with things like accreditation, learning all sorts of products, operating all sorts of machines, designing lovely diagrams, working on bills of materials, structures, you name it. Engineering is a very diverse field. Constructing things, building things, taking things down, redesigning them. It never ends really. But what makes it a profession, I think, is quite interesting. Well, I would argue from my personal perspective, is that really it's the soft skills which make it a profession. It's not just the technical skills. So you've got an engineer who's skilled in perhaps civil engineering. It could be design work using CAD machines. It could be skilled in a particular product, whether that be, if I think of things which are very popular at the moment, very, I suppose, sort of at the leading edge are things like batteries for cars. We've got an electrical revolution happening where in our lifetime, really petrol cars will become the exception. We're dealing with things which will be powered by sort of recharging. So of course we're dealing with a whole new set of technology which will try and actually bring that type of thing to the general public. In the UK, for example, here we've got a massive undertaking to convert to wind power. And so all sorts of promises really by sort of 2030, between 2030 and 2040, the majority of our power for driving industry and for homes will be conducted by wind power. So there's always something, there's always new technology sort of coming on board, and we have to sort of follow. But the soft skills, which I'm going to obviously go on to in a moment, those really are things which are not in the background, but something we should actually bring into our professional day-to-day practice. So an engineer is a professional, somebody who's a complete body. It's not just, well, I know this. It's really also, I've got experience and I can articulate it. I can express it. I can help people understand technology which they're faced with. So for those who are particularly starting out in their careers, what are you selling? I think it's quite interesting. Well, you're selling yourself, of course. You're saying, please employ me. But of course, it's really your skill. It's not just your skill in the product. It's the skill in what you can actually behave with, how you actually get things across, and how you can actually interact with people. I'm going to move on to the next slide now. The soft skills, what are they? It's a term. Well, I think the best way of looking at how we define soft skills is to look at the market. Look outside. What are firms, organizations looking for? And that's an easy thing to do. So those of you who have got a job yet or are looking to hopefully go into an engineering job, or those of you who are looking to change jobs with engineering, of course, you look at what the market demands, because of course that's the true test. There's no point having all the qualifications and say, well, I'm ready here. I've got this. We need to know, you need to map it to what is required. And if you look at, for example, from a graduate point of view, for those who are studying at the moment, we have a thing in the UK called Prospects. I've put the link there at the bottom of the slide. You can see from the jobs which are put out on Prospects, what are engineers expected to actually be able to do. I'm taking a clip from some of the jobs which are out there and the advice which is given. If we look through a few of those, well, discuss proposal with clients. So in the yellow, I've highlighted in yellow, we can actually, in a sense, give that a label. So discuss proposal with clients. Well, that means communication skills, verbal listening skills need to be available. You need to be able to communicate with the people you're dealing with, whether it be a client or a colleague. Work with colleagues to design new systems, circuits and devices, listening technology. Right, of course, it's engineering. But can we actually put that into a label? Yes, interpersonal skills. So they're after somebody who can work in a team, be able to actually communicate within a team and have good people skills. Third point there, indented, write specifications and technical reports. Well, of course, we have to document things, as with any profession. So can we label that? Well, writing skills. And I'll come back to this particular point a little bit later on. Carry out project planning and prepare budgets. Wait a minute, I'm an engineer. I don't need to get involved in financial stuff, do I? What's a budget code? Well, of course you do, because you may be actually leading a project and you are responsible for looking after the finances. You may have somebody who works with you who is the financial officer, but you'll need to be aware of really the costs involved and how things are being managed. So you can see there's a lot of other skills which are just beyond really sort of the technical, well, I know how that bridge is going to be built and what we need. It's really, well, what do we need to order and how much is that going to cost and what alternatives do we have? Other point there, supervised technicians, craftspeople and other colleagues, more interpersonnel skills. So these are the things which that particular prospects link is encouraging graduates to develop and be aware of. And that's back to my previous slide, that's what you're trying to actually sell as an individual. I can do these things. I have ability to do these, and I've got a track history of doing these. Moving on to the next slide, still on soft skills, what are they? Well, we can look at recruitment agencies. So this is really for this is for people who've already got work experience, who've been in jobs for many years, whether it be 2 years, 3 decades, 4 decades. We can look at really what the recruitment agencies are looking for, because they're obviously asked to actually go and find people to give to employers to look at to fill jobs. So in the UK, and it's worldwide, we have a thing called Indeed. There will be equivalents in your countries. Of course, the job market is a worldwide market, so really you've got your own local market and national market, but also, of course, an international market. And we can look at the requirements there. So I've split these into 2 sort of areas required. Now, of course, these job adverts tend to be quite lengthy. So I've only sort of clipped a few things in here. So required skills, things that I've taken really from a number of jobs, which for electronic engineers, I literally look for electronic engineers. What kind of soft skills are the employers looking for? What's in the job advert? Well, required, there's 2 there I just highlighted. Excellent verbal and written communication skills. Okay. Communication, we can label that as. Able to work in a team and liaise with other teams. Well, that's interpersonal skills, but also other things like negotiation skills. So the ability to negotiate, to compromise, to sort of get over the line with things. And all of my colleagues joining us today, those who are involved in projects, know that, of course, that's what you spend a lot of time doing. It's not always smooth. It's not always a bowl of cherries. There's often areas of contention, things which need discussion, things which don't have agreement at first, but eventually do get agreed. Yeah, I can give you a very good example, of course, really, which is within Europe at the moment, with all sorts of things going on there in terms of negotiating how certain treaties are done and how the UK fits into Europe, which I won't go into any further sort of a discussion about. So negotiating skills and those people skills really come to a fore. Preferred skills, just the next set of bullet points there. So these are nice to haves. Those of you who've done interviewing and those who will do interviewing in the future, which will be, I'm sure, students joining me, you'll be in a position at some stage where you'll be hiring staff. I've done it for many years, and of course you do some sort of rating. You have some, it could be a red, amber, green. You come up with a matrix of the must-haves and the nice to haves. So the nice to haves, and these are, I suppose, debatable whether they should be in the must-have or the nice to haves. Project management skills. Well, if you're going to be involved in sort of the management of project, this is such a crucial skill to have. Project management, a very stressful job. It's difficult being a leader of anything because, of course, you're the front person. So, of course, leadership skills. It's not everybody's chosen type of strand of work. Not everybody has the skills to do leadership. Some avoid it at all costs. Some people are just a natural at it. But I think it's fair to say that everybody should really try and have some sort of project management skills. And that could be maintaining a Gantt chart. It could be leading the team. It could be leading part of a team. And I'll return to this a little bit later. On Wednesday, I'm doing an ICT session about IT software, which is available for engineers. And we'll look at things which can help with project management. Other points there, flexible and enthusiastic approach to work. And I've labeled this as creativity. And I've got a slide a little bit later on which talks about being creative. Being flexible, creative, I think is a big part of being an engineer, having the engineering philosophy. Being adaptable is my next point as well. a willingness to learn new technologies and accept new challenges. So adaptability, ability to sort of, roll those in a sense. We've all had to be adaptable. Going back to my first slide, when I said we need to actually compare this to the COVID situation we find ourselves in at the moment. Of course, we've all had to be adaptable and continue to be adaptable because, of course, we're dealing with something which is unpredictable. So, from a business point of view, from a people point of view, of course, we're in a sense sort of dealing with things week by week. Point below that is flair for lateral thinking and problem solving. An essential skill for most professions, but particularly for engineering, of course, is an enjoyment of problem solving, because, of course, dealing with things which go wrong is really part and parcel of what we do. I've always said this, really, I expect things to go wrong. It's a bonus if they don't go wrong. So, any piece of machinery, piece of software, when I find people say it's not working, I say, well, yes, we've done our best, but these things happen. Okay, let's see if we can resolve it. So, of course, you've got to have a natural sort of enthusiasm to say, well, okay, let's get to the bottom of this and delve into the detail and find a resolution, and be persistent, be dogged, and be don't give up. Actually, try and get it resolved. Final point there, proactive and self-motivating. Well, these are all part of organizational skills, things which should really be something which you can develop, particularly in the climate we live in at the world, in the climate we've got in the world at the moment, where sometimes the instructions aren't clear. You have to sort of use your common sense. So you're self-motivating. You go and see something that needs doing. You don't wait for somebody to actually tell you that it needs doing. Now, that's particularly interesting when you've got teams where you're trying to encourage team members to see something and report it, not just work in their own little silo and just carry on regardless. They need to sort of say, oh, this is not quite right. I need to flag that, or I need to talk to somebody about that, and not just carry on, well, you didn't ask me to, about that particular thing. To sort of be a bit more proactive. So there's the soft skills, in a sense, defined. It's a broad church of soft skills, an umbrella, we could call it, all equally important. It's difficult to actually say which one's more important than others, but I think the fundamental one, which I would offer, is top of the list, would be communication. The thing which is often at the root of things going wrong, where there's been either no communication or poor communication or lost communication. To give you some examples, of course, I spend my life in the sort of the virtual, and that's been a big part of my life always. And I find, of course, things do go missing. People say, well, I sent you an email, and it's almost like they've offloaded responsibility for that. Well, I've sent you an email. Yes, okay. But did you follow it up? Or, I didn't receive that. That could happen because it's not a guaranteed service. So the technology we deal with at the moment has been a blessing, because, of course, it allows us to do all sorts of things that we couldn't have done years ago. But soft skills, technology. So hopefully you're all okay with that, and that you recognise those soft skills. Think, yes, okay. I'm sure you could add that. I've just got a message. My internet service is a bit unstable, so hopefully you can still hear me, and I'll carry on. So what can we deduce from all that? I've gone quickly through really soft skills and what's available. Well, the first point I would offer would be you've got to think of yourself almost like you've got your own toolkit. So as an individual, you've got either arrows that you've got in your armory, or really this is almost like a coat you put on. I'm an engineer. So what in my toolkit have I got from a soft skills point of view, but also from a technical skills point of view? So you're always looking to really, as an individual, develop this toolkit. I would argue that technical skills are transferable. For example, my colleagues joining me today, who've been in engineering for some years, will I think agree with me that really you can work in one particular firm where there's a product, And you can go and join a different firm which has a different product, even a different type of engineering, but you'll be able to take those technical skills with you. They're transferable. And the same applies really to soft skills. You're developing something which is complete, which isn't just linked to a particular technique or product or piece of software. They're really sort of generic skills which hand in hand, they complement the technical skills. So they represent a wide range of skills, the soft skills side. And it's a question of trying to keep up to date with those, but also identify the ones which you need to keep on adding to the soft skill library, in a sense, your portfolio of soft skills. So you know, to give you an example with the COVID point of view, of course, what we've added more recently, it's become a skill, and I'm still finding, I can certainly say this from the kind of interactions we have with firms in the UK, not everybody is familiar with using Zoom or Microsoft Teams or equivalent. They find it, you know, sort of getting about, well, which button do I press? Yeah, where's that? How do I do that? And of course, it's also led to rules of engagement. So people don't overtalk each other. They mute their microphone. They use the chat box. It's led to a new almost type of etiquette, really, in terms of how to communicate with other bodies via this sort of medium. And of course, we've had the growth of home working as well. So, you know, really, there's talk in the UK and I think it's worldwide, of course, there's less need for office space. You know, why do we commute? Do we need to commute? Do we have to have face-to-face meetings? Well, there is a role for those, of course, and there'll always be, you know, I think it's fair to say it's useful to be in a room where you can see other people and you can pick up all sorts of mannerisms. It's not always easy with online technology to pick up the things which aren't said, the body language, things like that. So it's not perfect, but of course it's what we're faced with, really, the need to collaborate online. So the collaboration has moved from a face-to-face soft skill to really an online soft skill, which is still maturing. It's still early days to get the best out of this type of medium. So I think those are the conclusions we can deduce from the soft skills which I've identified. So that's all very fine and well, really. I've chatted about, you know, what are the soft skills, engineering, you know, what is it to be an engineer? How do soft skills fit into that? The next obvious question, of course, is, well, where do I go and get those soft skills from? You know, you've identified some. You know, how do I enhance a skill, find a skill, do something with it? And of course, that is really for those starting out in their career. That's something for you to think about. Those like me who've been sort of worked for many, many years, it's something that I continue to think about. You know, I'm always reflecting on, well, I could have done that better. That didn't go very well. Or I need to look at that and have a think about it. So reflection is a big part of really soft skills. But I've put 4 points here, really, trying to sort of encapsulate it. How do you acquire skills? Well, I suppose in a sense, we're born with these skills. They're natural skills. You know, everybody has the ability to communicate via various mediums, depending on, of course, your own personal circumstances. Not everybody has the ability to speak or hear, but we've all got some sort of natural ability to use soft skills. It's how we actually develop those and how we use them, of course, is the conundrum here. And I'm sure you've got colleagues or friends where you think their soft skills perhaps could do with some development. I can certainly think of some people I've worked with in the past and I'm working with at the moment where their communication skills or their soft skills or their interpersonal skills aren't perhaps as good as they could be. And sometimes people aren't bothered whether their soft skills aren't very good. They're a little bit blasé about it. For me, it matters. It troubles me if I don't get my message across or I've come across in the wrong way. I think, well, is that me? You know, for example, to give it from a teaching point of view, if somebody doesn't understand something I've tried to explain, I don't see that as being their problem. I see, well, that's my problem. Perhaps I'll go about it a different way. So I don't immediately think, well, they've not understood, they've obviously not put enough effort into it, or they're just being a little bit slow with it. I think, okay, let's try again. I'll go about it a different way. So it may be the way I'm interpreting something or trying to get something across. So I've got 4 points there. First point, experiential. Well, we learn from experience. Well, we hope we learn from experience. That doesn't always follow, and history shows that. Those who are students of history will know that it's littered with things where people or individuals, countries have not learned from experience. They've just careered into doing this exactly the same thing again. But those with some common sense, people who think about what they're doing, we evolve, don't we? You know that really as you get older. You think, well, you look back to the things which you've gone through and think, well, okay, I've been here before, or that seems familiar. I think I can actually do it that a slightly different way. So experience and, in a sense, remembering things, recording things, using things from the past is a useful thing. And that's a big part of soft skills, really, where you recognize things which you think, well, okay, I've got some way of navigating through this, which I can actually do. A good example would be dealing with awkward people. We all have to face that. I deal with awkward people every week, really. Somebody who's difficult or deliberately obstructive or is combative or aggressive, you have to deal with that. And when you're first starting out as a young person, that can be quite daunting. I can think back to many cases where I've been faced with some awkward people, and now if I find certain situations, I think, well, okay, I've been here before. How did I deal with that? So that's the first point. Training, second point. Well, of course, plenty of training out there. It doesn't have to cost money. There are lots of things on YouTube, lots of MOOCs. I've got a MOOC, which massive online sort of course, which I've got a link for at the end of my presentation. So MOOCs are a good point. You don't have to spend money to actually sort of do training courses in soft skills. You'll find there's lots of material out there which are useful to play, videos to actually look at and have a think about it and look through and think, oh, that's interesting. What an interesting technique that is. So I'd urge people who are interested in this subject and trying to develop their soft skills to look at that. Obviously, you can't take on everything, but you could look at a particular skill and think, well, okay, is there something I could play, look at, listen to, which would make me think about that? It could be listening skills, for example. Think, how do I listen? How do I listen? Are there techniques where I could improve my listening? Third point, reflection and feedback. Absolutely vital. Reflection is a big part of being an engineer, electronic engineer, being any profession really. Thinking about what you're doing. I continually reflect on my stuff day to day. Think, okay, how did that go? Is there something which I've missed? It's a big part of being an individual and really being a profession. Feedback. Not that we always want feedback, but we should encourage feedback. Feedback from individuals, from organizations, from clients, from customers. Get them to give you some feedback. Yeah, how did that go? Was that good for you? There's something that I could have improved. Did you understand it? So feedback mechanisms, not the typical sort of, I've sent you a survey. I need feedback in an interactive sense. It could be asynchronous, it could be synchronous. Depends on the kind of medium you're using. But feedback can actually help you improve what you are and how you're using soft skills. And being creative. Now, this sounds a bit fancy, doesn't it? Being creative. Best analogy I can give this, I'm just conscious of the time, so I'll speed up a little bit. A book which came out recently. Now, some of you may be aware of this gentleman, John Cleese, part of Monty Python. Sort of a big thing in the UK, but worldwide as well. Very funny man. He's recently brought out a book about creativity. And I listened to a radio interview with him recently, and he was talking about the book, obviously trying to sell his book. And he talked about technical manuals. He said engineers should not write technical manuals because they don't make any sense, because they write them as an engineer. And what they should do is write them by being more creative, be more descriptive, trying to think of themselves as not the engineer, but the end user. And perhaps he's got a point. I can think of lots of technical manuals where they are a little bit difficult to follow. So he said really all technical manuals should be put out to technical authors, people who aren't necessarily involved in the product, ask questions about how this is done and write it in a different way. But the main thrust of what he's saying is that really it's trying to be creative, being creative in your thinking, creative in your soft skills. And I think there is something there. So it may be worth a read. And I've certainly been reading through this and looking at that kind of mindset. I'm going to move on now because I can't spend all day. So being an engineer, I think you've got the sort of impression already that really I'm talking about the soft skills as being part and parcel of being an engineer. So like a holistic view. So whether it be working with the day-to-day detail of being an engineer, for example, things like electronic bill of materials, the real sort of, everything listed, whether it be a particular transistor, particular crimping tool, particular piece of software, all that kind of stuff that we all get involved with, comparing it to drawings, ordering things from suppliers, building it, delivering it, all that stuff which goes on as being an engineer. It's really having a holistic view of you as part of the organization. And what I'd encourage you as individuals to think about, and what I try and do, is think of almost as myself from a QA point of view. I was chatting to one of my engineer friends yesterday, actually, and he was talking about he's the quality officer at an engineering firm. And he said one of his biggest struggles is trying to get people to understand that quality is in every part of the firm. It's not something he just goes and checks, that every employee is involved in the quality process, whatever their job is. And they should actually see it as that sort of 360 sort of point of view, where if there's something which isn't quite working or something they should address, they should raise it. It's not just him actually going around checking things. And I think you can apply that QA, that quality assurance process, to yourself, and in a sense QA yourself and say, okay, what am I doing which is well, and obviously get opinions from colleagues, and you get that really from your appraisals, the kind of things you either have as a 6-month appraisal or a yearly appraisal with the management structure you tend to work with, or it may be you're a small firm, or you may be even a one-man band firm where it's just you. In a sense, you can reflect on yourself and say, okay, from the kind of feedback, the interactions I'm having, are there things which I can improve on, and in a sense, you'll develop other soft skills in. So the QA yourself is really trying to think of yourself rather than in silos of what you do, but sort of separated sort of job function. Think of yourself in a wider sense, a more creative sense within the organization. It's not always easy because, of course, we're employed to do certain jobs, and say, well, that's my job, that's what my title is. What's that got to do with me from a different department? Well, it has everything to do with you, really, because, of course, we all interact, we interconnect, and that's the important thing, particularly in the world we live in now, where, of course, we have this wonderful electronic broadcasting mechanism, the internet, which of course enables us to do all sorts of things, but of course it brings all sorts of other problems as well, where it's really making sure those things are seen, understood, checked. It's not just good actually broadcasting it, it's got to be received. So I'm leading towards the conclusion now. Developing soft skills, it's a lifelong objective. You never finish. Now that's not to depress anybody. You never finish. You think, oh crikey, can't I ever get soft skills right? Well, what I mean by that, of course, is that you're really always trying to actually improve your soft skills, whether it be your delivery, or the way you articulate things, your written skills. To give you an analogy, I spend a lot of my time external examining. So I get things sent to me by other universities. And of course, they say, Jonathan, there's something in your SharePoint box that we'd like you to review. And I go through it, and I find incredibly, people have put stuff there. And I say, has this been spell checked? Yes, we've put it through the spell checker and grammar checker, right? Tick, and there's a little tick on the QA. There's a form saying, yes, it's been quality assured. But I say, well, I don't think you've proofread it though, have you? Because I can find paragraphs or sentences which just do not make any sense. They don't flow. You need to read this again. You need to rephrase it so it goes back. I say, as part of your soft skills, you should be encouraging the authors to take responsibility for that. They're writing things, and they're putting lovely creative scenarios up. They're developing assessments for students, lovely stuff. And I've got to sign these off. It's become an important part of the external examining now, where I put my name to it. But just be almost like being a restaurant owner. with something going out on the pass, an item of food to a customer, I'm putting my name on it, so it's got to be right. So I find that I have to kick back stuff and encourage them to actually sort of be a little bit more sort of careful with their writing skills. It takes time. We all make mistakes, but we need to reflect on and learn from them. That's part and parcel of being an engineer. Obviously, it'd be nice if you don't make critical mistakes, i.e. you build something and it falls down. But what I mean by this, we have things where we think, well, perhaps I could have dealt with that individual a different way. I've created more problems now rather than diffusing a situation. I've actually sort of exacerbated the situation. What I would do as an individual, what I'd recommend, and what I tend to do, so it's personal advice, identify the thing you think you're weakest at. What do you dread most? Now, for those who join as students, I often find presentations. They dread presentations, whether it be face-to-face or online. I've been involved in the apprenticeship programs over the last few years, and I'm involved in them now. And we have at the end of the apprenticeship program a thing called the endpoint assessment, but they have to discuss the knowledge service behaviours, knowledge skills behaviours they've actually achieved over the 3 years with the firm they're working for. And they find the presentation thing the most daunting. So that's where I would start. I'd say, right, okay, why are presentations daunting to me? How can I actually get rid of those nerves? How can I improve my presentations? So come up with an incremental plan to improve. Review your progress, build on a training plan, have a plan of, don't just expect it to happen overnight. Plan how you can actually improve your soft skills and build that into your appraisal. If you're working for a firm, you will have an appraisal. Make it something that you actually offer as part of your appraisal program. Don't sort of expect the other side of the table, the reviewer, to bring it up. You offer it. Whatever age you are, keep at soft skills. It's never done, as I say. Yeah, you're only as good as your last project. Those who've been working for many years will know that. It's out the door, you move on to the next thing. Free MOOCs, I did say there would be a MOOC. You can actually, there's plenty of these available. Unless you want the certificate, but most of them are free online, and you can actually look through those and actually either do a course or a short video session. So I will take any questions now. I'll just come out of my slides. There may be some questions in the chat. I'll have a look in a moment. Any further questions, don't hesitate to get in touch with me. I'm very easy to contact. You can email me, you can tweet me, you can, well, I won't encourage WhatsApp. I use WhatsApp a lot. You can obviously contact me by LinkedIn as well. Don't hesitate. I'll see some of you on Wednesday, if not before, when we'll look at some ICT tools, free tools, I should stress. So I'm very interested in things like open source ICT tools, and I'll link some of those back into the soft skills, which I've been talking about and mentioning, which can be part of your armory. And hopefully that's been of use to you. And I'll just go back to my Zoom session.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I think now it's time for questions. So Thomas, you are the first one. You can switch on your microphone and your camera and ask the question to Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Thomas.
You can introduce yourself, Thomas, in order to know each other. This event is not only happening to get information and get trained from the different specialties, but also to network us. So please introduce yourself to the rest of the people and to Jonathan.
My name is Tomasz. I'm from Slovenia, also working in Spar as a project manager. And I found your, sorry for background noise. I find this your presentation very good because it's really addressing the area which I'm really tightly connected. This is working with engineers, and from that respect, I was basically I'm asking now two things which I also found very useful. This is emotional maturity and also work in international environment. This means not only people, also time zones and also the culture and so on. What is your experience about this?
Yes, well, I can see your question in the chat as well, Thomas.
Yeah.
I think that's thank you for that question. That's very good, and I think it's emotional intelligence, emotional maturity, of course, really. Yes, a big part of soft skills development, really. We talk about things like the maturity capability model for firms and organizations that they mature. And I think that applies to individuals as well. Of course, as you mature, you hope that you develop your skills, you refine the skills. So it's really, I suppose, the first part of your question there, the emotional maturity would be, it's back to the reflection, that you reflect on really things which have gone well, but also reflect on things which have not gone so well. And those, of course, things do happen. I think back over the years I've been working where I think back now to certain projects or certain conversations or meetings where I feel I should have said no or raised an issue. And of course, when you're older, you perhaps there's less of a filter. Now I have no hesitation saying no, I don't, that's not right, or I don't want to get involved with that. When I was much younger and less mature, of course, sometimes I didn't have that insight to flag something and say, well, I don't think that will work. In terms of international environment, well, that's really what I suppose the Erasmus program has all been about. That's what it's all about, really, trying to actually give people the opportunity to work in different cultures. I've been fortunate over the decades to work in all sorts of countries worldwide, and of course I've picked up all sorts of cultural influences in my soft skills. So most recently I've been in Oman, I worked in Holland, I worked in Belgium, the States, which you'd think the United States would be one of the easiest countries to work in. Actually, I probably find that the most difficult country to work in, even though they are English speaking. Their style of how to conduct things was interesting, and their manner, sometimes somewhat aggressive, which were a rather aggressive Texan who had a tendency to thump the table when he wanted to get his point across. So in terms of working in the international environment, I think I think my answer would be, it's really for those the young people who are joining us today and joining us during the week, and that's really what this week is all about, isn't it? It's to try and encourage them to look beyond their home country and their local environment and try and get involved into a wider sphere. It's not always the easiest things to obviously sort of just change and go into different countries and work for different firms, but if they get the opportunity to do that, they will actually pick up all sorts of other skills where you're dealing with people who are talking, obviously have different languages, different mannerisms, different cultural approaches to all sorts of things. And that's there again, you pick up that it's almost like another coat. You pick up those skills and you can use those for future projects.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for the question. Do we have any other questions from the audience? So, Jonathan, let me ask you a question that I have noted. First of all, I would like to say to you that everything is not engineering, everything is physics, in my opinion. The soft skills, it's like, otherwise it's called life skills. There is any student or any colleague on the audience, if you have Netflix, go and watch this Coach Notebook movie, exams from sports, how important it is to survive in real life and in real competition, and it refers from real stories to soft skills, taking examples from Mourinho, from Mormatoglu, other big coaches and famous coaches, that they help them to succeed because of the soft skills. Also, I'm very happy because in Hellenic Mediterranean University, and I can see that the director of our master course is here, we have the last 3 years a soft skills development course. So Ioannis Vardiabasis is the director of the master course. So our students have the chance also to enjoy and realize what Jonathan has suggested. And not only this, the course ran last year as a European course. So speakers with different expertise. I can see also my colleague George Triantafylou is among the lecturers from all over the Europe. They have contributed. Jonathan was part of this course, and this year we're very happy that this course will run as a national course in Israel and also in Africa, with the help of George Fuskitakis, another colleague of mine that I have seen that he has been locked in. The question that I have for you, Jonathan, a challenge for any teacher is like, what is the best way to teach soft skills? I mean, you are playing games, you have a voting tricks. What is your suggestion? This is my first question. And my second question is like how you can quantify. I mean, I know that there are some customized questionnaires. How we can quantify the soft skills. Soft skills is something that anyone can get, anyone can improve its soft skills. It's very essential for the young and also for us, the old people, to improve our soft skills in order to survive and succeed. But how can we quantify, you know, the level or our ability in specific soft skills?
Yeah, thanks, Kostas. Well, the first question, really, my suggested answer for that would be by group work, really, by interaction. So it could be team play. It can be, I know gamification is very popular now in terms of trying to actually incorporate things into some sort of game script. But certainly from my experience, the best way for students, you know, for teaching soft skills is to interaction, where they're part of, it's not just an individual, they're part of a team. They are faced with conundrums, problems, and whether it's a physical problem or whether it's something which can be done virtually, that it's still the same, really. They're faced with having to actually interact with other people and deal with the situation and deal with the consequences of their actions. So I think that's really that covers all sorts of soft skills, as we mentioned, really communication skills, the ability to communicate. It covers things like the team working, negotiation skills, whose roles. It's not always obvious who's going to be the team, who's going to be the dominant person. Sometimes the dominant person isn't the person who should be the dominant person. I know that because I'm involved in teams at the moment with various projects with businesses, and sometimes somebody can dominate the conversation. It's how to actually be part of that team and influence. So influencing people. Persuasion, of course, comes into that as well, to move people down a certain route. So I think the short answer is really sort of teamwork and group work always delivers results. The second part of your question, really, how to quantify it. Well, I think that really goes back to what I was saying earlier. I think that the best way of quantifying it, of course, you can, and really going back to Thomas's question as well, you could put it on some sort of graph. You give it some sort of metric and say, right, I've gone from, you know, a 6 to an 8. But the best way of quantifying it, of course, is to feel on you. You could quantify it in terms of, did we get the satisfactory result? Did we get the core closed? So if I think of something where I might be interacting with something I'm dealing with online, where somebody's actually raised a question, and then I respond and say, well, I would look at this from an engineering point of view. The quantification would be that the call is closed, i.e. the problem's being resolved. I suppose there's also qualitative aspects to this as well. It's how we've resolved it, come into it. But in terms of a quantification, a measurement, I think some of the soft skills are measurable because we can actually see what the end result is. We can say, well, have you understood that? And the feedback is yes. I'd say, okay, it's binary, isn't it? It's not. It's no. Other things probably it's more of a sort of some sort of grading where we say, well, it's improved, and we quantify it by giving it some sort of metric, saying, well, it's gone from almost like a percentile. Say, okay, I'm assessing your leadership skills, and I feel out of the things within leadership, you have shown these types of behaviors. So really the best answer I can give is for the apprenticeship scheme, which of course is all about measurement. And we have an apprenticeship scheme in the UK. We measure these knowledge, skills, behaviors. Literally, they have to provide proof for each of those KSBs, knowledge, skills, behaviors, that we are identified in the standard. And that is how we quantify whether they've actually succeeded as an apprentice.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I would like also to emphasize to the audience that the soft skills plays a very important role along this pandemic period on online teaching and online learning. It's very important to cultivate specific soft skills in order to be successful. It's something that later on, after the lunch break, we have an expert on this, soft skills for online learning and teaching. So if there are no more questions, I would like to thank Jonathan again for this very useful and with a great impact presentation. Thank you very much, Jonathan, again. We will have Jonathan again on Wednesday. Do we have any questions from the audience? I'm sorry, sometimes I'm talking too much and I cannot check any questions from the audience. If you have, all right. So let's move. Thank you, Jonathan, to be with us. It was an honor. And then move to another great friend that we have, comes from another continent, let's say. I mean, from the Middle East, from Jordan. It's Omar. He's a great fan of Crete and the island of Crete. Omar is, if I remember well from last year, from his last year's participation, he's a manager. This is his main topic. If I'm doing a mistake, Omar will correct me. So Omar, the floor is yours. I think that you can share the screen with us and present yourself. And thank you very much for your contribution. The next contribution, I repeat, comes from Jordan.
Hello, yeah, just 1 second. Is it shared now?
Yes, Omar, yes.
Oh, hello. My name is Omar Arbiyat. I'm from Jordan. I'm from Al-Balqa Applied University. My PhD is in management engineering. I'm the director of the international office in Al-Balqa University. Today we are stuck with 45 minutes from Costas, and he wants me to present 2 subjects, team building and creativity. So I try to finish in, on time. We'll start with the team building. I will talk about the concepts of team, then explain 4 phases in forming the teams. Then we will talk about the 3 types of the team that we can have. And then we will discuss or talk about the advantage and the disadvantage also of having, the teams. What is a team? Always we have team, at work, at job. In your office, you have your own team. In the university, we have, management team. We have the administrative team. Everything we can say it's a team. But sometimes you need to have these teams to work together or to collaborate together. But not this only. This team need to be organized, need to have effectiveness and efficiency. Because sometimes you have a small team who can do the job in short time with effective results. And sometimes you have this huge team which cannot have results and you will waste your time. So in general, the team is a group of people formed to achieve a goal. And the team always can be temporary, as we said in project management, that we have a project, we need to finish it, or sometimes it's a team that contains, your team in your office, in your group. So it depends on the goal you have to achieve. Team building, when you have a team building, you need to have a team which is organized and you need to improve the effectiveness in this team. We have 4 stages in forming our teams. We call it the forming stage, the storming stage, and the norming stage. And they call it the last stage is the performing stage, which is the stage we are looking at when we have a team. The forming stage is the first stage when we are forming our teams. This stage, sometimes you form teams from different country, from different group, sometimes from different departments. So at the beginning, it will be like testing. We call it like the engagement time. When you get engaged, you need to introduce to each other, to know the character of each other. So it will be the forming stage. There is sometimes you need to identify boundaries with your colleague. So it's at the beginning, you just have this form stage. And sometimes, when you are from different departments, you go to the storming stage. This stage, we call it the conflict sometimes stage, because sometimes some of the members, they want to be the leaders or they want to show off as a character of everyone in a team. They want to show that they are working It's a behavior, let's say a behavior of a human being. So this time you will see a resistance from your own team. Sometimes when you have a goal to work and you have, as a leader, you have, let's say, the path, or you have, let's say, the strategy. Some of the members of these teams, they will start conflict with you. They will start want to present their way or their idea, and they stuck with it. So on this stage, the behavior and the resistance will show in the group. Norming stage, resistance now in this stage will come not to the end, but the team will start understand each other. They understand the opinion. They start respect each other opinion. They start know the character. So as we call it, the norm stage, as everyone now starts working together, accepting each other, and we move it now to the fourth stage, or the performing stage. Now it's the performing stage that everyone will start present. We work in energy. They have structure to work in it. They have the strategy to achieve their goal. They have functions to finish. So this stage, we call it the performance or the performing stage for the team. So these four stages, usually all the case studies and all the experience we have, we face it. We have all these stages before we go to the performing stage with any team. You can face it when you, let's say, decide, or when you have a new team. Usually, not all the teams, we have some rules. Not all the teams, it depends on your task or your target or what your project is it. We have team leader, we have team facilitator, we have team recorder, we have timekeeper, and we have team members. Usually in a professional, let's say, work or in professional life, we don't face too much problem with the team leader or team facilitator or with the rules. It's usually we have it in university. Now when we start talking about, online teaching, sometimes, we do a lot of teamwork. So we face a lot of problem that the character of the students, they understand that team leader, it's mean the big boss, and he can control and he can do what he wants, which we try so much to explain when we give them these soft skills and when, to work in a team, that team leader doesn't mean that he's the big boss or he decide. The team leader, he is more than, try to make sure that the task is accomplished. He needs to find the resources for the team. He needs to communicate with all the teams. Team facilitator is the one who makes sure that the things will go with ease, and he makes sure that he provide the help for the group when they face problem or they find something they need to decide or to produce. So all the time, team facilitator, he is more as a helper for the team. Team recorder, we need to have a team recorder to decide, what's the key points of the meetings, what the idea, what the decision taken by the team. So when they come back and see, the progress or what each one finished from his task, that this time team recorder have all these decision and all these tasks, with the team. Also, he needs the team keeper monitor how long the team is talking to accomplish the task. The team keeper, it's like team or the time manager. You need to make sure that all the team, they are working on time, that they are finishing their task on time. Also to provide regular update for the team leaders, what's going on, what's happening, if there's any problem with the work. And the team members, the team in general, which is contain also all the team leader, facilitator, recorder. They work together, they share responsibility, rotate, they share knowledge and experience, and they ask questions, and if they need any help, there is a facilitator to help them. We have three types in this presentation. We talk about, from my point of view, some of, or the saying there is more than 3 types of teams, but I saw a lot of cases, they are talking about 3 types now. The traditional team, and which is this traditional team, they are work together, they understand each other, they work on agree. They don't have any problem. They do the things together, and there's nothing is important, just the task, and they don't have any conflict with each other. So this is the traditional team, which is normally we look at all our jobs to have a traditional team so we can finish the task on time. We have self-directed team. This team is almost the same, but here the facilitator rules is less, and he just makes sure that they work together effectively, and the team increase the ability to work. And this self-directed team, the team is responsible for the whole product process. So the teams work together in one process and work not as the other teams, each one maybe they have their own task. E-teams, which is a group of teams work, using, the online systems now, which is we can do it like Erasmus project. We can give an example, any project, which we have teams from everywhere around the world, like 3-4 countries. And these teams, they have only Zoom meeting. They have sometimes, let's say in-person meeting, but now with the COVID, we have all these meetings like our also Erasmus Week. We work together using virtual teams and decide and do all the jobs without a meeting. Team building activities. Why we are talking about team building activities, it's a kind of ice breaking and a way to improve the team effectiveness. You need to let the whole team solve together to be one team. We want to, as we said, when we are forming the teams, we will have some of them, they have polarization. They want to be the leader, or they want to show off, or they didn't understand the culture of the other person, or they didn't know his character. So they will start having conflicts. So when we do team building activity, the main idea just to do ice breaking, they let them introduce to each other, to understand each other, and so they can work in team, and we can have our task finished on time and effectively. What is the benefit of having team building? When we are having team building, the benefits is improve the productivity and the motivations. When they are work together, they are, we have productivity, and the people, they start motivate each other. The team also will gain and increase ability to solve problem. As we are working as a team, we can help each other and solve the problem we are facing, especially more than one person to discuss is easier and more helpful that to help to solve the problem. Also, the team building helps break down personal and political barriers and allows for rapport building. As we said, that sometimes there's, let's say, cultural or political issues between the countries. So when we are merging these teams, they are working, and we can cancel this one or break it. The process also can help level playing field between outgoing and shy team members. Sometimes a lot of the teams, the members, they are shy, or they don't have the confidence to show their job or their work. So when they are working the team, this team building will help them to break the border or the barrier for their shyness, and they start working with the team, which make our works more effective. Participating in team building can help also the team to overcome performance problem. So as we said, sometimes when we are managing and we are having the team work together, and we build a robust team which have a common interest, and they don't have any conflict, and they now in this, let's say, performing stage, we can cancel the performance problems that we face. Sometimes you have a huge team, big team, but there is no performance due to the conflicts and the problem between the teams. As a disadvantage, sometimes for team building, sometimes requires experts or team leaders who has facilitation skills. Not all the team leaders, they have maybe administrative skills, but they don't have the team skills. So sometimes in order to work with difficult team, we need expert, which is, it's not good that, we need a team leader from our group. Also, activities sometimes can be time consuming if we don't have time, and this is, will affect our progress. Also, several level management are not in the team. Sometimes the upper management, they don't involve with the team and the teamwork, which make a problem, or not problem, that will be miscommunication between the team and the upper management. Conducting team building activity electronically, sometimes it's difficult, or not difficult, this will not be effective like, face to face. It's like teaching, I'm saying this all the time to my colleagues, to my students. When I'm teaching, I just feel that I'm talking to the screen, because there is you don't have, let's say, the taste of communication, the taste of, collaborate together. As much as you can have electronic activities, will not be the same as to be face to face. Let's say the taste of having, this week, last year in Khania is different than, the now. Do we just, sitting on the screen, each one in his own country, and we don't have the, let's say, the other advantage of communicate, talk to each other, to know each other more. Sometimes also a lot of the activity, let's say physical activity, also have disadvantage that a lot of people, they don't feel comfortable to be touched or to do physical movement. So as we said, there is a disadvantage and there is advantage for the teams. How we can encourage our team? We need to encourage our team something to do, promote active learning climate, try to relate the team building strategy to the teamwork. Don't be afraid to experiment with the new strategy. All the time, the team, they try to stuck, for example, with the strategy, let's say, the university, the company, they are work, and they don't want to go to try new strategy or new tools or new models, because they get scared that we will be failed or we will fail. And this is, something wrong, because as we said, sometimes, okay, it's fine that you have a strategy which is, successful for the university or for the company, but you need to try a new strategy, new tools, which can be more effective for your company and you can have better performance. Also, we have something else to do, that's how we are doing. We need to check with the team all the time, how we are doing. Are we on the right track? Is everything fine or not? Something to avoid being aggressive instead of assertive. Sometimes the team, let's say, leader, he can be, maybe he can be understood wrongly, or sometimes he's aggressive. He thinks that if he is aggressive with the team, they can work better, or he will push them or motivate them. So we need to be assertive, that talk to our team that we want to finish our job, we want to finish this task, but not to be aggressive, because sometimes it will do the opposite with the team. Failing to let others express their opinion. As we said, we want team building, so we can let everyone, also the shy people, to talk, to express themselves. But sometimes we need to make sure, and as a team leader, to watch and to see who's, shy from our team, or someone who is scared, because a lot of people, it's culture from different, from one country to another, that the members of the staff or the member of the team, they're scared to say their opinion, especially if it's against the leader. And this will be wrong sometimes, because it will be a better idea, but he gets scared that, the big boss will be scared, or the big boss will even not accept it. What will be, the results on me? Also, we need to know that we need to avoid not to have a sufficient planning. We need to make sure that when we have a task, to make sure that we plan everything from the beginning. We make sure that the timing, the schedules, the team members are enough. Otherwise, the team will struggle, especially, if you have a small team, they will have a lot of tasks where they cannot finish. They will be devastated or disappointed, and they will have a lot of stress on them. So you need to plan everything from the beginning. What's the task? What's the job we need to do? And make sure that this is job need this team, and the team is enough to finish it on time. This is for team building. Of course, there is a lot of notes or manuals. I have manuals for team building course. If anyone wants it, I can send it. But I try to make it short as much I can because I don't want to pass the time. Let's talk about now also the second part. We'll talk about the creativity. What is the creativity? Creativity is different, and let's say a lot of people argue about what is creative. With our kids all the time, when they come to you, especially when they do something, they, let's say, draw, or they play with their toys, or do something with their tools, they come, Dad, look, I'm doing something creative, Dad. So sometimes to you, it's there is no creativity, but you need to push them to say, wow, this is creative. Wow, this is amazing. Wow, this is innovative. You need to think about it, because creativity is not all the time is, something creative mean something no one can do it. But a lot of people say the creativity is the ability to think things up and make them happen, just to think about something and make it happen, like cooking breakfast, planting a garden, or coming up with a budget for organization. All this stuff, they call it creative acts, because someone plan it, think about it, and he do it. So this is creativity. Most of us have their creative in their own way, they're throwing their days. In general, we talk about creativity, we're talking about something in you. So when we present something in you, we say this is creative. So the ability to make something in you, creative tool. As a human being, we all have a desire to show off, to being seen ahead, to show, like, my kids, when my daughter see her brother, he's, playing piano, when, he starts playing piano, she insists she wants to go for a violin. So she starts playing again, and she wants to show off. And, I can do it. If he's studying math exam, she come, Dad, I want to study math. It's something. And she said, look, Dad, I have a creative way to solve problem. It's math, the same way, but she wants to show off. It's the people, let's say, not emotion, it's their way of showing off. This happened with us, with the young person. We need to make sure that build creativity with them, because I argue that creativity, entrepreneurship, innovation, it's something we can teach, to our students, something we can build. It's nothing, I agree with a lot of people who say it's, that it's come with the person, but it depends on us how we build their character. If we let them to be creative, like if you give them the chance to be creative, to taught them how to be creative, we can make a creative person. So I think with our students, with our life, it depends on how we make someone creative. The problem that, as we talk about projects, that a lot of people, they fail because they are afraid of failure. So we need to make sure that to take the creative risk, to make someone, to see and give it the chance to do it, to look at him and try it, to perform it, to build self-confidence and the courage to show it. So you need to do it with a person. Sometimes it's something small, but if you build a self-confidence for him, he will start building this creativity. He will have the courage to do something more. He will start to go further steps. So at the end, you will find something in you, or will say a good performance from him. How would you think? We said that it's a critical thinking and creative thinking. Critical thinking is, just a matter of thinking clearly and rationally. That is standard way. Creative thinking usually consists of coming up with a new and original idea. So if we make creative thinking, that's what will help us. The critical thinking, as we will see in the other slide here, critical thinking is analytical, judgmental, selective, probability, using the left brain and yes, but. While the creative thinking is generative, non-judgmental, expansive, possibility, right brain, yes, and. So if we go to critical thinking, we will just go for analytical. While we go to creative thinking, we go for generative, which that's what we look at to generate more idea, to more exploring, to not be judgmental. That's what try with the young kids. If you let them go to critical thinker, they will be held in one corner, and they will lose the creativity part of their brain. They will not use their right brain to expand. So a lot of kids, they have their imagination, they have, let's say, crazy or not applicable ideas. But if you stop them from doing this, you will kill the creative thinking, because with time, they will start trying, they will start fail that this idea or this way of thinking is not working. So they will start approve and disapprove the idea. So I think if we let them go with the creative thinking way, not the critical thinking, it will be better for them, especially when they are young. Then when they get older, they can go to critical thinking, because they are already have their creative thinking built. So they can now go to critical thinking and start use their mind, because they are already have knowledge enough to judge and to select and to analyze. But at the beginning, when they are young, I think to let them go for generating the idea is better. So this is what we say, let's say, natural problem solver and innovators. When you are facing more problem, when we have the time that change, when there is a lot of disagreements, when you need something new, we need to go to this idea all the time. Let's say we say, think out of the box. A lot of people, they just try to solve it in the proper or the normal way, but we want to go for the people to be innovators. So we think that when they are facing a big problem, they can see, from creative thinking, that they can go more. At the time when it's time to change, they can go with this one, and they think about possible scenario, not, if they go with, let's say, analytical way, they will say it's like 1 + 1 = 2, and they're stuck in that corner that I cannot think out of the box. But at the time of change and with the big problem, will go with them better, and they can go for creative thinking. There is a number of tools we use for creative thinking, include brainstorming, drawing technique, mind mapping, rich pictures, role play techniques, and a lot of tools we are using now with our students. We have program with the Global Solutions. It's from the state.gov in America. We tried with our student to work with the creative thinking and design thinking together. So we use almost these techniques, brainstorming and mind mapping with them. So trying to build the creative thinking with them, which is better for them. And let's say, to be honest, I tried both techniques, and I was shocked from the results, from our students, and how much they were enjoying. Especially, this program is a virtual program between the USA and Jordan and Iraq. We have binational team, Jordan, USA, and Iraq and USA, and they compete to each other. And it was amazing results when they, you can see their way of thinking, and they can evolve their way of thinking and the techniques, and how they can have a creative idea. And making your thinking more creative, a lot of people, as we said, they need to go out of the box or start thinking out of the box. We need to get rid of our routine life. We have a routine, wake up, have breakfast, go to work, solve the problem in normal way. We need, they said, spreading your social wings. As you know, more people, sometimes, I have problem with my kids and with the social media, but I found that in some way, it's, with control and, supervision from us, they will have a larger view. They will have, let's say, more vision. They start having a new opportunity. They try new things. They start to doing it different way. And also they said, try to do things, don't use the stereotype we have, also engaging with art, theater, music, just this, way to help you to get rid of the routine basis that we have and to think in more creative way. We can say there is a huge benefit to learning to think a little difficulty. It will help to improve your problem solving ability and also help you to see other perspective and an increasingly global world border horizon and ability to think more widely is never going to hurt. So as we said, as we are, trying, doing it, help ourselves to think, there is no, let's say pain or hurt. It's just way of thinking. It's new strategy you apply. The way I do it, with my, I have problems sometimes with my administrative skills. They said that you don't listen or you are aggressive. I said, no, I'm just trying to try new tools. I'm trying to think new way to see if it's work, it's work. If it's not work, I'm not losing anything. And you are not losing anything. It will not hurt anyone. It's just new way with the student to think, to as us as a staff to think. So this is the way for creativity. You need to try it, spread your wings, and think about it. Finish, Costas, before time. I know maybe I was a little bit quick as usual.
So that you have finished?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Omar. I have noted a lot of what did you say before. I'm very impressed about the creativity in thinking. Always I was thinking critical thinking, not creative thinking. Or sometimes before your lecture, I was confused these two terms, and I thought that it's the same. It's not the same at all. And I strongly suggest all the engineers, especially the engineers. A physicist can operate like critical thinking, but an engineer should think out of the box, as you mentioned, because the big innovations and the innovative constructions are coming from the engineers. So yeah. Creative thinking is something essential. Before I move on with my questions, do we have any questions from the audience? I mean, if yes, you can stand up your hand. I mean, next to there is where it is. I think like next to the participants, there is an option that you can raise your hand if you have any questions from Omar. Until you have some questions, I have some questions to ask Omar. And also I'm a little bit distracted by accepting the participants. Right now we are 91, but it's not the number, it's the interaction, I will say, that matters more. I would like to ask you, Omar, from your experience as a manager. I mean, so I'm coordinating projects, all right? And the usual challenge that I have is like, from my point of view, I have this burning out of the reminders. I'm sending reminders, and this, makes a coordinator, very tired. I mean, you are losing even your motivation by sending reminders. So from the point of a coordinator, what is the best option in order to motivate and keep the people to develop on time, or do not burn out of the many reminders that you are sending?
To be honest, yeah, you send too much emails to remind us about our lectures, that week, tomorrow, everything. What we do exactly, this time we lost to submit one of our projects to the INI. It was, the capitalization project. From the beginning, we have one of the team, he gave us a trouble, with the submission, the documents, and to give us the information we need for this project. So all the time, we need to send emails, or give him send, WhatsApp, and he was always delayed. So as we said, when you are forming a team at the beginning, you will have conflict, and you can understand, in the second stage, their character. So what happens with you, sometimes you said, okay, I can handle it, I will keep reminding them. But what we did as a team, we told him, we are sorry, you are out of the team, you are not going to continue with us. This happened to us when we were going to submit. We do all the, the amendment, we fix the proposal, but we find the problem at the end. When we submit the budget, there was a mistake with the budget 0.05. It was 40% for a human resource, but we had a mistake with, this because, we take him out and we need it. But we were not sad. We just submitted to another, project. But from the beginning, if you put the rules with the teams, you will not have any conflict. As a coordinators, as a team leader, you must be sharp. I'm not saying aggressive, but you must put your rules. This is my character. I like to finish early. I like to have all the information early. Otherwise, as you said, you will keep send reminder, and you will be disappointed.
So I think that you have mentioned before a key word, assertive. Be assertive. Yes. And not aggressive. I think this is the key on what did you answer to me, and thank you very much. And any tricks to motivate a team, because in long projects, I mean, if you have a project that lasts 3 years or 4 years, I mean, the motivation is a key in order the team to perform, because usually what we have observed is like a team performs very well at the beginning, then we have a stable situation, then we have a drop. And this, we have to overcome this drop of performance. What are, some tips to give us regarding the enhancement and support of the motivation of a team?
As we said, when we have a team and, usually after, in any relation or in any team you build, after a while, it will, the relation will be like a routine basis. So you need to do something new. You need to add new members to the team. You add a new task to the team, to your task, or you need to do a new partner to involve them with your project. So you can move the teams. Otherwise, the teams, they will be relaxed. They have the same routine. We have the same teams. We are working. We do the same. But you need to push them to do something like we said. Just to move the water, just to make sure that everyone now know that this team needs to be motivated. Otherwise, you'll lose your place in this team.
So Omar, based on this, I mean, a key on the project management is like to make your partners to feel the project as their own. So this ownership starts from the submission during the implementation of the project, but not, of course, not after the project, because after the project there's nothing. Of course, it's something very important, the sustainability of the project, but let's keep it. I mean, how do you enhance the ownership of a project within your team?
Sorry, I didn't understand exactly.
I mean, probably this is very much related with my previous question. I mean, in order to have all your members be well motivated, you should enhance the ownership, to feel the project as their own, because usually, and this is something that I have done this mistake a lot of times. It's like you are feeling, okay, I submitted, I wrote the project, it's my project. And then you behave like, the boss, within, during the management. And this is a vital mistake. This is a mistake the worst mistake that you can do. So how do you enhance the ownership of the project within your team? I suspect that because you motivate them, the higher the motivation, the higher the ownership do they feel, no?
Yeah, we have it a lot, as you said, that if you write the project, you do everything, and you just take them because you need, let's say the legal part that we need to have this number of partners from this area, this number of partners, then they relax and they don't want to do anything. But from the beginning, you need to, let's say, push them to fill their own parts, to write their own parts. Mm-hmm. Also, if you are going to use it, or you think that it will not be useful for you, but at least you give them, the feeling that they are involved and they need to do their own parts. Otherwise, they will not have their own jobs. Also, a lot of the projects that, like we are now going to submit one of the projects to the UNIFEM. Me and my partners, he's also from Greece. We are writing the proposal now. And, when we went to the finance part, like he put for us, let's say 120, and he gave the other partners like 50-50. So the first thing I told him that they will not feel as a partner. They will not feel as a part of this project, because it's like that. We are writing the project. So just let them do the part of the project and divide the whole amount between 4 of us, because otherwise they will not feel and they will not be motivated to do the work. Otherwise, they will just feel that they took us to fill, the legal part. So what we try in our project, when we are building the team, we make sure that they all right, they are all involved step by step in the project.
Exactly.
Otherwise, they will relax.
Yes, this is very true. Sometimes for the coordinator, of course, it's faster to write it by himself,
Yeah.
but this is a mistake that he will find it in the future.
Later, yeah.
Please send us also the link of the program between Iraq, Jordan, and USA that you have mentioned. I think that a lot of people probably they were very much interested in looking at it.
Yeah.
And we have a question from Jonathan. I don't know, Jonathan, do you want to make the question? It's better, to make the question live instead of to make to make the interpretation.
Hi, Omar. Nice to see you.
Hello.
Hello. Thanks for that presentation. I just wanted to ask whether you feel things like Zoom or Microsoft Teams, these collaborative environments have helped team working, or whether they've created new challenges for team working.
Let's say it's a little bit difficult. It's in the both way. It's help and it's not helping. It's depending on the culture, to be honest. When I'm working sometimes with some of the teams, it's easier and it's quicker, especially, in arranging a meeting. If you are working, they are working. And so we do all the meetings, let's say, in the night after we, have dinner, like at 9-10 o'clock p.m. and we finish the works. But sometimes with some of the teams, it's difficult because you need to the face-to-face. Like with, with some of my teams, I need face-to-face, because otherwise they will not be motivated, or they feel more relaxed that they are not facing you. So they will, they can talk and give you the excuse behind the screen. They don't worry, just, but it's kind of culture. Like with the students, I face it, to be honest, with the students. When I'm giving the lecture in the room, it's too much different by the Zoom. Zoom, they are, or Teams, it's all the screens, it's, let's say the camera is off. You are just talking to them. They can comment, they can do sometimes something that is not acceptable if you are in the class, and they will not have the courage to say it. But with the team, it's have to, as we said, for everything there is positive and negative. So there's a disadvantage that sometimes it's the people, they feel more relaxed and they think that they can do many Zooms or many team meetings, but they didn't finish their work. But also it's helped me too much, especially with the time difference. It was easier for us if I'm teaching or if I'm lecturing or if I'm sleeping, so we can manage it with with the Zoom and team.
Thank you, Omar. Are there any questions from the audience? If you have, please raise your hand. As I told you, we are using Zoom now, so there is this option. If not, and before we move to the next lecturer, a colleague of mine, an excellent collaborator, George Triadafilou, I think that we should play a game a little bit to relax and rest, from these two consecutive questions. I'm going to request you to go to the Mentimeter. So let me share my screen in order to identify some information from your side. So I will share my screen. I hope that I will do the, so if you don't mind, go to, let me check because I'm using this during my online teaching. So you can see my screen now, I suspect. Go to the www.menti.com and use the code 8218102 as appears to the screen. I think that we are 92 people. I would like also to check, this figure, if it's real or not. I would like you to start to answer, a couple of questions that we have, just to know each other and check out, a little bit the profile of the audience during the first day. Tomorrow, I will send you another link in Zoom for the second day, and we will operate like this. I need to send me an email that I would like to follow this Erasmus week, since I cannot send, a lot of reminders. I mean, you're getting stressed if the people they have realized the correct time or the wrong time. But if I have your emails, I will send an automated email with the Zoom link from the beginning. So please, if we are 92 people and we have 10 votes until now, I think that if we have more than 45 or 50, we are in a good state. So until now, the first question has been answered by 13 people, 14. It's very easy. I strongly suggest also to my colleagues to use this Mentimeter, this voting machine. It makes, I think it makes the online lectures more interactive. You can place multi-choice questions, like you can hide the correct answer and then the correct answer appears, and then you can start a discussion. I think it's one of the tools that we have learned during the pandemic that makes somehow the online teaching more interactive and learning. Of course, it's not free of charge, but it's part of our job. Let me check. I have a message. Please send again the code number. Oh, come on. It's like appears. It's like 80. You can see my screen. 81 18 10 10 2. You can see it. It's on the screen. I will send it again through the chat. I have sent it to the chat. So I think that we need, to have a little bit more answers. Yeah, Thomas, the free version does not allow multi-choice questions, does not allow to hide the correct answer. It has a lot of limitations. It's just like marketing, the free version of Mentimeter. But of course, I mean, it's up to us. Come on, let's push a little bit. We don't have any postgraduate student and we have no administrator. Administrators, they should follow this session, I will say, because soft skills is something that applies to them as well. But this is a challenge to include. Thanks, Kostas, assessed it. Good tool. Thank you, Jonathan, for approval. I think that there are more. There is another one. I don't remember regarding voting. Actually, Zoom has its own voting machine. Of course, if you have the pro version. And there is another one that we have used when I was on abroad. I don't remember, the name. Probably Yanis remember the name, Kaliakatsos. There is another voting very popular tool that a lot of trainers, they are using it during the lectures. I will remember it and I will let you know. So 50, let's push it a little bit. Let's push it 51. Okay, let me move to the next one then. Name your institution. This is an open type question. The more they appear, the stronger the name will appear, okay? The stronger. Until now, it seems that okay. Very nice. You can see the participants now. We can have an idea of the different countries. You have UK, Slovenia, Germany, Belgium. Oh, wow. What else? Romania. I don't know what is HMY. I suspect it's HMU. I repeat, it's not the number, it's the interaction. because my friend Conan, he likes, a lot the numbers. Of course, numbers is important, but the interaction is more. We have Algeria. I think that Omar, you forgot to vote yourself because we have also Jordan. 43, if we go, to 51, 52, the same amount of answers that we have received before. My dear students, electronic engineer is not an institution. Of course, it's like the department with the highest internationalization within the HMU, but the university is Hellenic Mediterranean University. All right, so let's move to the other one. How do you learn about HMU International Week? From an email received from the organizers, from a web page, because I know at the beginning Ioannis Kaliakatsos has advertised this through a website that continuously, I'm forgetting the name, probably Yannis can remind us, this kind of web page from other sources. Thank you very much for your participation. We are reaching the threshold number. In order to move to the next question, we are still below the threshold, which is 50. So Yannis Kaliakatsos, can you remind us, what is the site that you advertise the Erasmus Week? Yannis knows a website that all the Erasmus Week are listed, or similar events. I don't know if Yannis can hear us or...
Exactly, I don't remember the name, but there is a portal in the EU that you can advertise it.
Yes, thank you, Yannis.
Okay, but the best way is to send them through Facebook.
Okay, for the old people, because the youngs, they use Instagram and Twitter that I don't know. Okay, let's move to the next one. Sorry, because I have this. This is, why do you participate in the Erasmus Week? To teach, to learn, to test the possibility of synergies, collaboration, other reasons. I'm very fan of learning. I think these international weeks, from my perspective, is so important. You are building your network, at least when they happen face to face, because this is the first time that I participate and we organize here in the department and in the International Relations Office, this kind of events online. But it's a great opportunity to build your network and meet so many people and listen so many different ideas. So when you participate in such an event, what I suggest is like to have your ears open and your eyes open as well. So let's move to the other one. In which session are you interested in? I'm sorry about any spelling mistakes that I'm doing. My wife continuously correct me, but I'm Greek. I'm not a British. Soft skills, online teaching, electronics, 5G communication. On Thursday, I will say to you that we have the top of the cream regarding 5G communications and applications, the top of the cream all over Europe right now. So it will be a workshop that will start at 10 o'clock CET and will last until 3 o'clock CET, of course, with breaks. So don't miss the opportunity. And also on Friday, we have a very good mathematics education webinar with the participation of Mathematica, SLAG, and experts in mathematics education. So, I mean, the Erasmus Week also contains these two events that I think, especially 5G communication, I'm impressed how a big game changer it is, especially also with applications in online teaching. Okay, thank you. Seems that the electronics dominates, so Wednesday probably is our best day. And do you plan to until the whole Erasmus week? Yes, no, part only the sessions I'm interested in. Actually, you know, the no and the part, it will be one answer. I'm sorry about this. Bye, Mike. So I think that I will stop sharing the screen right now. Thank you very much for this. I will suggest to have a 2 minutes break because I need to go to the loo. I will be back in two minutes. I'm sorry. I think George can wait. I know that he's very enthusiastic lecturer. Just give me, I need a break for a minute and I'm coming back. Okay? Sorry about this. Sorry about this short break. I hope that I have not missed everyone. It's a great pleasure to have with us my colleague George Riadafilou. George is he has a PhD in law. He's an adjunct lecturer in our management department and tourism. He comes from the market, so he was a manager in top hotel facilities that we have in Crete, and Crete has our strong industry is hotels, and George is like the part of our soft skills development course, and I would like to give the floor to George in order to transfer his enthusiasm about soft skills and other similar events that he takes part. So George, the floor is yours, and thank you very much for your participation.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning, my dear friend Kostas.
You can share your screen, George, whenever you want.
Yes, I will. Good morning from sunny Crete, because in Crete it's summer. For instance, yesterday all the beach in the island were full of people. So weather makes the summer and not the period. And so we are welcome you next season to come to visit our country. So dear Kostas, thank you for the honor to participate again to this mega project you are indeed scheduling for the Erasmus students and for everyone who is involved with it. So my presentation deals with the critical thinking and the way we solve problems. Actually, it is a model. We have used it in the hotel chain I was working it. So it's not a theoretical tool. It is a tool actually that has been proven its effect to the industry, and that's why I am presenting it to you. Nowadays, as we have already witnessed, more than before, we are working in teams. Even though if we are working alone in an office, we are engaged with other people, and teamwork is something very, very vital, something very important. And actually, the result of the teamwork is what it counts actually. For example, it doesn't matter how hard you try for something, but the result of it. You may cook for 3 hours, and what you have cooked could be inedible. Nobody will be satisfied with it. Or you can cook for 15 minutes a very nice spaghetti with pesto sauce and parmigiana, and this plate can be marvelous for every guest. So the effectiveness of the teamwork is not engaged always with the time or with how hard you try for it. It has to do with the methodology and the strategy. So a team decision actually comes from reliable data, from all the data you have, the given data, from the emotions of the team, from the opinions and the personal team values. I admired Omar's presentation actually, how to motivate your team. In order to motivate your team, according to my experience, if you want a parenthesis, is to study very much the profile of your team, with whom you are dealing with, the profile of your team. A member of your team can be motivated with for example, publicity, or with writing an essay. Everyone is motivated with different tools, with different things. So if you have studied the profile of your team, of the members of your team, then you can very, very easily motivate them. This is the tool we will speak together. It is a circle that has a double way of moving actually. The first step is the data, the info. And this is very, very usually the mistake we do in the business. We start to solve a problem without knowing the given data. What is this? It is only the data that deal with the problem, the specific, the known, the confirmed data. The trap here, because there is a trap, is not to assume. You never assume of having a problem. You must be sure of what problem you have in order to take the right pill. If you assume that you are ill and you don't know exactly what kind of illness you have, you might take whatever pill it's better for you in color or whatever, or the shape. But you have to know exactly the kind of problem. So you have to read the data. How many people do participate together the webinar? 90 persons. How many do we expect? 200. So we have the data, and we must solve this problem for the next webinar to participate 200. But you never assume. You must have a specific data, and this data must be linked with the problem. The second is to define the goal, because what do you want to do? Because you might have the problem, but what do you want to achieve might be different. For example, you might be unemployed, and that's a problem. I am unemployed. I don't have a job, okay? But what do you want might not be the same for every people. For instance, I don't have a job. What do I want? To get a job. Kostas, does not have a job. What does he want? To marry a wealthy woman. Manolis, he wants to sell the property, the property of their fathers at the village. What do I want? To live from the country's benefits. What do I want? To stay unemployed and to live from other people's pity or help. So what is the problem? And what do I want is something different. This is something very important to realize. So we have to define the goal. What do I want? I have less sales than last year. I don't know German. I don't know how to solve mathematics, for example. Okay, and what do I want? It's an independent second step. Concerning the definition of the goal, actually, we must keep something very, very important. It's a rule. The satisfaction, the definition must be simple. You must not talk like politics. We will change the reality for the good of our children, and trust me, because what I will promise to you, it is something you deserve from the coming years. We cannot talk like this, because we are not engaged, we are not engaged to something specific. There's no commitment talking in general. If I tell you that next summer, 1st of June, you will come to Crete with a travel contract we will sign, and you will stay in Crete for 1 month until the 30th of June, 2021. So we have date, what you are going to do, and who's going to do the International Relation Office. So this is a commitment. If I'm telling you that I have plans for you in the future, it is something general. So the goal that must be defined with very, very simple goal, no complicated, okay, no complicated. It's not poetry. It is not a philosophy. It must be in very plain words, very plain words. So everybody can understand, every member of the team must understand the goal. The soldiers must understand why they are fighting for. What is their cause? What they are fighting? Okay, there are many times I have witnessed in many departments employees to work without knowing what's the goal, what we're fighting for, what do we want to achieve. They just fight without knowing the reason. Okay, so the second, I think you have, every one of you have understood. I'm referring mostly to the Erasmus students, which I welcome to Crete, must be very simple. Why did I choose Erasmus? Why did I choose to come to Crete? What is my goal? Of course, in the long run, I might get more benefits than this I had in my mind, but I have to set the goal first. Okay? What do I want to accomplish? This is the question I must answer. Okay? What do I want to accomplish? The verb must show action. I want to increase the sales. I want to learn mathematics and this section of mathematics. I want to learn physics, these specific laws of the physics, not just physics in general. Okay? It must be specific, the goal I want to achieve. If you notice in documentaries, the sharks chase specific fish to devour, to eat. If they chase just all the fish, they will stay hungry. So we have a satisfied definition will lead us to a satisfying solution, actually. Let's see an example. This was a real example in the 90s in the Greek market, and I will share it with you. We have an industry that packages olive oil, and we have a great deal of complaints from this industry. This happens in the early 90s in the Greek market, actually, and the guests, the clients, complain that the olive oil remains on the top of the package, okay, and they have remains on the top, and they get in their clothes, okay, and they complain about this. So what do we want? We have these complaints. that olive oil remains on the top of the package and they get stained. They open it and olive oil remains on the top of the package. So let's say, if we say our goal is to construct a better container, is this okay for you? Is this goal sounds satisfied? If somebody wants to answer or to contribute, with great pleasure. If somebody wants to speak, it would be an honor for me, actually. Is this definition, is this satisfying definition for you to construct a better container, a better package for the olive oil? Is this okay for you? Does somebody wants to answer? Some people might say, yes, we want a better container, or to cover the top of the metallic container, or the second is more satisfying. What do you think? The first or the second? Please, don't hesitate.
For me, it's the first one.
For you, very good. Okay. Actually, the truth is, if we say we want a better container, and I give this container to my colleague and I tell him, okay, I want a better container. He might change the label. It's a better. He might change the shape. It's cylindric, he makes it square. It's better for him because you can package it easier. It's a better. But do you solve the problem? Or to cover the top? The goal must be specific, to make a container that will have the ability to pour oil without remaining oil on the top because of its construction. This is what we want. If I say a better, they might take a better according to their perception. It can't be the designing, a better designing. You told me a better, I make the better, but I didn't solve the problem because you didn't tell me to solve the problem. And you didn't tell me what, if we had a problem, I'm not aware of the problem. Many members of the team are not aware of the problem. So the goal must be specific, not cover the top, not make it better, but I want to have the ability to pour oil and not to remain on the top, so as the oil would get on my clothes and get dirty and stained. The third one is brainstorming. Let's have 1 minute, please, and I will ask you this. This is a broom, as you can see. This is a broom. What you can do with the broom? Can you tell me some ideas? What you can do with the broom? What can you do? What can you do? Do you have some ideas? What can you do with the?
I can clean my room, for example.
You can clean, okay. Something else?
But you need the out of the box now answer. Am I right? So probably Omar can answer.
Yes, and I would like to motivate the students, dear Kostas. This is my goal, to motivate the students. Other ideas, other options? There's no right and wrong, okay? Just tell me ideas.
Any of the students to answer what you can do with the...
What can you do with this broom? You see, this is a broom. It's a very common. Everybody has seen this before. Everybody has touched or has used a broom in his life. So can you tell me what you can do? What you can do with the broom, actually? What you can do? How many things you can do? Let's see the chat, because if somebody said what you can do with the broom, okay? Some people will say, I can clean, I can clean, I can clean, I can clean. And some other people can say, out of the box ideas. I can, for example, I can decorate my room, I can use it, I can defend fights, as Mr. Thomas Ajax, yes. I did defend the fight, yes. I can use the stick to defend the fight. Okay. What else you can do? You can put it in your shoulder so as to carry 2 buckets. What can you do? What else you can do? You can do hundreds of things. Hundreds of things. The open mind you have, the more open your mind is, the more you can find. The more closed your mind is, you will say, I can clean, and I can clean. So we have to motivate our partners to think out the box, and the more ideas they have, the more ideas, and don't criticize the ideas. The more ideas they have, we will be closer to the solution. There is a trap here in brainstorming, criticism. You don't criticize an idea, because an idea that looks crazy now, tomorrow can be realized indeed, or vice versa, for example. Okay, so you don't criticize ideas, and the key is to write down the ideas. Write down, not I have it in my mind. Not I have it in my mind. Write down the ideas. And the more ideas you write down, the better for you. And don't criticize the ideas. Write even in the most crazy ideas, the most stupid ideas. Okay, write them down. And many evolutions in the business industry have come up from this kind of ideas. From ideas that in the beginning looked crazy, or some people laughed at them. Okay, the ideas must be connected with the problem. Okay, if I have a problem, for example, I have decrease of sales, or I am not good in mathematics, my ideas must be related to the problem. Okay, if I have problem, I don't speak English, for example, the ideas must be related to the English. How to improve my English, not how to travel abroad, for example. Okay, so the ideas must be related to the problem I have actually, and all the alternative solutions. And the very most important thing is to write them down, all the ideas, before, without any prejudgment, without prejudge. Writing down ideas does not mean that I will realize the ideas. Write down the ideas means that in the future, I might look the ideas again, and I will, for example, combine one or two and think, on second thought, Costa's idea looks right. Looks very nice. Yes, let's work on this idea again. But if you don't write down Costa's ideas, you will forget it just like this, and you will not be able to look at this again in the future. You have lost the idea. Okay, so you don't prejudge, write down the idea, and many times I do with my students teamworks, building cases, and we make it as a case study, and I spy on them when I'm giving them some problems. I spy and write down all the prejudgments. For example, one student might say in his team, "Come on, what an idea is this?" And they don't write the idea. Come on, don't write that down. They will laugh that we're using the broom for this. So no. And there are many people in the team that are trying to keep you down. Okay, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do the other. Come on, don't write it, and keep you down. And you must cut this connection and to go forward. Okay. In Greek, I'm telling them, don't means then or me, and me and then means me then, it's zero. So a connection of don't in the Greek language, if you put these two words, me and then, together, me makes zero. So I'm telling you, never say me and never say then, because a combination of me and then makes me then, makes zero, because it keeps you down. The fourth level, actually, is the evaluation. Now you can sit down and examine all the ideas, write the positive and the negative for every single idea, and decide which of these, one or two, are more have more possible opportunities to be true, to realize them. Okay, we choose those who have high percentage of realization, but you write down the positive and the negative. The positive and negative in one page, plus and minus. You write down and you look at them. We insist on writing down, because if you write down your idea, you create a bond between yourself and the idea. And if you present, another level I do with my students is I make them to present their vision. I make them to present their goal. And if you present your goal in public and say, yes, I'm just in the field, and my aim in life is to travel with a sailboat across the globe and around the world, okay, you subconsciously, you create a bond, a commitment, and you start to work for this commitment. I have in many cases students that after some years, they send me an email or they call me and say, do you remember this goal I had? Actually, I don't remember, because I can't remember every goal of my students every year. Yes, they tell me, I achieved it. I am now receptionist in this hotel because I had this goal. I have improved my student. I have improved my languages. I have improved my computer skills, and I achieved these goals because I had this vision and I had written down as you told me. The fifth level, the fifth step of this tool is the decision making. After having evaluated all the ideas and writing down all this with the high percentage of realization, then you say, okay, I will accept the job abroad and I will study abroad and I will work abroad because I have much more positive impacts to my life and career. So we choose the idea that has the most possible for success. So the example here in our case study we had is to add a mouthpiece on the top of the metallic container so as to be extracted enough and none will be stained. And this is a reality. This was realized in the middle of the 90s decade by LIS. It's a big company, and they put a mouthpiece. Mouthpiece is something like this, which was extracted. You could pull out and extract it away from the metallic box 2 or 3 inches, and then you can press it, or you can pour the olive oil, and then you could package it again, and we will not get stained. So the decision, of course, must be very, very specific and must meet the problem I had on the first step. Okay, and it's part of the team, how the team will decide. For me, the consensus is the most important thing, even though it can waste a little bit time. But if not all the members believe in your idea, not the crew believes in the captain, some of the crew will sabotage, consciously or unconsciously, will sabotage the vision. So for me, it's very, very important the members of your team to believe all of the members in your idea and to have a consensus decision. And the sixth and most important, to be honest, most of the companies and especially the public sector, I have witnessed it lately, do steps 1 to 5. They took the decision and then that's it. They took the decision. And then after 1 year or 2 years, yes, we had decided to do this. Yes, and what happened? We had decided, and it's left in the papers. We had the meeting with the mayor. We had the meeting with the rector. We had the meeting, and we had decided this, and it stayed that way. The sixth and the most important is the implementation of the decision. The implementation. Who's going to realize it? And there are three main questions. Who? And who is not, for example, a teacher will do it? No. A college of us? No. Someone of us? No. The who must have a name. Is George, is Kostas, is Yannis, is Michalis. Must have a name, must be a specific person. If I tell to my students, just one of you bring me a glass of water, the most possibility is not to have water at all, or I might have 10 glasses of water. But if I say, Michalis, please bring me a glass of water, it's highly possible to have a glass of water from Michalis. So the who must have a name, not a profession label, not the manager, the college, some of you, some of the office, somebody from you, not somebody from you. What's somebody from you? What? What is the fifth level? What we have decided, the idea we have decided. And the third is when. The when is a trap, especially for the Greek reality, is a trap. The when. When are we going to do? In the coming days, in the future, in the near future. These days, we're going to do this. In the summertime, it's winter now, it's raining, it's not very possible. We will see what we are doing. These all are traps to postpone it or to get rid of it. The when must have date and time. George will speak on the 12th of October, 12 noon. Must be date and time. If there is no date and time, forget it. It will say at the end of the semester or at the end of the year, or we will see it this week or the next week, or when the sun will rise. It's highly possible to forget. So the who must have a name, and the when must have date and time. Not only date, but and time as well. Implementation. We have to predict the way that the problem will be solved. Who's going to solve it? Who, when is going to solve it? And what is going to do? So I can come after and say, hey, Kostas, what have you done with this? You were responsible for this, and you should have done it by today or by yesterday noon. Okay? If I say just some of you will do it, when it's available to do it, I don't know who am I going to control and to give me feedback, and when. I don't have this this data, unfortunately. And after the implementation, we have to do the evaluation. Evaluation, the result evaluation. Result evaluation means, have I succeeded or I have not succeeded? I don't have something in the middle. Have I reached my goal or I have not reached my goal? I might have reached my goal very close, okay? But if very close is not my goal, it's not my goal. So I have to evaluate. Have I reached my goal? Yes, I have reached my goal. And here is a trap as well. Many businesses, when they reach their goal, they stay there. They get drunk by champagne and success. Actually, and what comes again? They get the same problem again, they solve it, and they get the same problem again, and they solve it, and it's like a loop. So if you succeed, you must you must have some standards how to remain. I have increased my sales, okay, and now you must have some standards to remain there. Because if you don't, and you get drunk by the success, you will come again to the first place you were before. If you have not achieved your goals, I will show you if you have not reached the goals. And as you see here, there are some arrows. You can go back. Say, I didn't achieve. Okay, something went wrong. Kostas had an idea and I didn't pay attention to this idea. And it was a brilliant idea, actually. Let's implement this idea. I didn't evaluate it well, the ideas. Or the problem was different and I didn't define the goal. I didn't know what I was what my goal was. Okay, what was my goal? I didn't know what my goal was. My goal was to go to France, and I bought a ticket for Cyprus. Different goal, different actions. It's something very common. Okay, especially in the business sector. Okay, different goal, and my actions lead me to something different. Okay, and I look again all the steps. And something I did wrong. I might start from the first one. I didn't have the right data. I assumed that I had that problem, but I didn't have the problem because I got this information from a colleague of mine, and that information was not confirmed. It was just a rumor. And based on that rumor, I started to solve a problem that was not existent. There was not at all. And I started to solve a problem. And I created a problem from zero. That was all I wanted to tell you and share with you. This is actually a model that if you use it in your professional, in your business sector, or in your personal life as well, you will do it. Let me stop the share. You will do it subconsciously, and you will don't think that you are following the steps if you are doing 1 or 3 or 4 times. For example, many times with my wife, when we face a problem and say, okay, what ideas do you have? Is this sure the teacher told us, or we assume she told us? I'm not sure. A mother of another child told. I'm not sure. So we have to confirm the data. We don't have to start to solve a problem if we're not sure we have a problem. And I will close with this. Think in your life how many times we all of us, we have done the same job again and again because we have not focused in some parameters in the beginning, and we are looping and we're doing it. Oh my God, yes, I did solve it. No, oh, he told me so, but it was another problem or it's something else. Let's do it again. And we are looping, do it again and again, the same thing. And the most possible result is to create problems or to enlarge problems than they were before. So it's better to be a little bit late in time and to solve the time than to rush to solve a problem that you are not sure about this. Thank all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, George. I will keep the graph that you have presented us with the circle and the arrows, because this is, I mean, when you say that I have a project and I have implemented the project, you should satisfy each one of these steps. I would like to emphasize something that I'm building as I'm growing up, all right? And to grow up is not coming by the age, but comes with the involvement and the engagement. The more that you will engage, the more experience you are getting. And this also is something that the learning theory taught us. I remember one of the previous lecturers mentioned something about leadership or critical thinking or creative thinking is something that we build all of us, but by our experience, all right? This is one of the math, like how can I say, legends, you know, the people that you say, oh, he learns maths because he has a talent. No, anyone can learn math by your experience, and this comes to everything. By more that you engage, the more the experience that you are getting. So I would like to emphasize this is all of us will have great ideas, all of us. I'm pretty sure that all of us will have great ideas, but it's the big step comes to take an idea and implement it. This is the biggest challenge. Otherwise, as I told you, everyone has an idea. So
exactly.
I would like to keep also the following for the students that I mean, this is one of the challenges to activate them and make them, not only the students, but the adults also more engaged and more interactive and have, you know, a genuine, you know, feeling of learning and progressing. It's like the vision. Vision is something that motivates us. Omar has to leave because he has a lecture, but the key behind everything that we are doing is the vision. Like we are doing small things because we have a vision to reach. So this comes with a goal. This is something that personally drives me. Whatever I'm doing or whatever I will do, if I'm lucky also, comes to this. I have a vision on my mind, and you know, you are building like a puzzle, small things. You are doing coherent steps and not, you know, like, you know, non-coordinating, things, because this is like, it's physics. Everything is physics. I mean, if you have two forces and you apply them in the opposite direction, the result is zero. But if the two forces vectors are on the same direction, and then the result is the double one. So I will keep this, as you mentioned, the vision is a motivation. And also I would like to keep something else that is very important, and as academics we are doing this mistake, is to avoid multitasking. Remember, you mentioned something about the shark. The shark hunts a specific fish. It's not hunting everyone, because otherwise you are lost. It's something that happens to our life. We set up too many targets, and then we are losing everything. Like, we should have specific targets. Even during our day, we should say, like, we're going to finish this, and then we will move to the next task. It's something that I'm speaking from the experience that I'm doing this mistake, and I'm still doing this mistake. I would like to ask you something that I like it very much. You mentioned that when you design a project, or when you would like to run a project, you should assign to a specific person, you should do this by this deadline. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right. And how do you, how, as a manager, how do you react if someone will say to you, I cannot do it?
It's very, very a nice question, my friend. In the beginning, you don't give him the assign. You have to change a little bit the way he thinks, and you forget the project, and you start to reconstruct in his mind a little bit, and make him believe that he can do it. And there is no I don't and I can't. This depends on the partner you have. If he is 100% negative, I cannot do anything, I'm not good, I'm not, okay, and he's 100% negative, then you cannot work with this, because you will lose a lot of energy. But if he's something that he's in between, okay, you have to make him think a little bit in psychotherapy, or talking with him, to make him believe that, yes, can encourage him, you can do it, yes, go on, give him little tasks. Not to go to the Himalaya, okay, to just to climb a hill in the beginning, and say, okay, you did it. You remember, you said you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, go now to this little mountain, and then go to another mountain. So give him big tasks, and every time bigger and bigger, and then make him realize. Take him to the past again, and ask him, or tell him, do you remember when you were telling me you cannot, and now you can manage it? I have experienced this many times with partners of mine who were very negative in the beginning, and with an approach, a right approach, make him believe step by step in the beginning. Remember a child when he's born, when a child is born, you don't give him T-bone steak. You give him, and after some months you give him mashed vegetables, and after some months you give him mashed fish, and after some months you give him something else, and when he is 15 you give him a steak, a veal steak and potatoes. Okay, you cannot give him in the beginning the T-bone steak, because he will die. Okay, so if you want to invest in your partners, you start step by step, on the condition that they have a positive way and you can work on them. According to my experience, I have not come across with 100% negative person, but with difficult persons. But if you have a right and decent and polite approach, giving them tasks little by little, then you can make them better and better and better, and then you can say, yes, I created you. Okay. When I was working in Grec Hotel, I had an assistant who was negative 100% to many things. In the first year, we had fightings in the office, but step by step, he tried to do more things, and day by day she was doing more things and more things. And when I left the company to go some better, the general asked me, who's going to take your place? Because we have changed in the past 20 years, 5 in your place. Who's going to take your place? And I say, Nikki will replace me. But Nikki was always an assistant to the department manager. No, now she's capable. And Nikki right now works in a Greek hotel as a manager in the financial department. And she was always an assistant and it was very difficult person, but step by step, she was telling me, okay, about this number, you have to you will tell to the manager about this number. I said, no, you will tell to the manager. What? Yes, you will tell. You know how this value was created. You know very well. Go and tell him. You can do it. And I started to give her little tasks and little tasks. And after 4 years, he replaced me. Okay. But it is a matter of strategy, and then you have very strong partners because you have created these partners and you have a very strong team. But it needs patience, power, and methodology.
Thank you, George. I think this is a very good message to give to us as a teachers, to encourage our students, to not discourage, to be assertive. This is a key word, assertive. Assertiveness is a key word. I'm reading this business review journals that they used to say, lately they emphasize this, assertiveness. It's like the key word, but also the students and us, not only the students, any human should engage. I mean, you should not hesitate to get engaged. And I will not say that, George, the people are negative. The majority of us, we hesitate. We want to do it, but then we say like, oh, I mean, we are afraid or hesitate to try and experiment with the new things.
It is exactly what Socrates said. Socrates said that I am just a fly that bites the horse that is sleeping and bites the horse, and the horse is starting to run. I am just this fly, this horse fly that bites the horse who is lazy sleeping, okay, in the stable. We must be these horse flies.
Thank you, George. I don't know if there are any questions. If there are not any other question, I don't know. I can see Mircea and Ioannis, and I appreciate that they have the cameras on. It's very important, like we know, like as a teachers, like if you have the cameras on, the interaction is like direct. It's much better. I don't know if Ioannis actually, he was the manager, let's say, of our department for many years in the school. So probably he has something to say how to motivate. He's good. I mean, he knows how to motivate, people. Probably if I will buy a football team, I will take him as a manager. But George, Ioannis, do you want to add something, how to convince and motivate people from your experience?
Yes.
No, just a moment. The other Yannis, Vardiabasis. Sorry, I will come to you, Yannis.
Thank you, Kostas, for the floor. Well, I don't consider myself as a good manager because I like to do the most of work myself. And this is a very big mistake. So, since I'm doing this mistake all time long and all my life, I'm not in the place to make any suggestions to all the colleagues and our students. I think I have to learn, and this is the reason I am here today to learn. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Yannis. It's something that we are doing. Sometimes we hesitate. We say like, oh, we are going to lose a lot of time. And it's better to do it by yourself. But this in long term is a mistake. Because if you learn how to trust people, then it will be easier for them to do tasks for you. It's something that I'm doing. I tried it, lately, last week with a colleague of mine from administration. She made it very well. So now I'm feeling a lot of relief. It's like a mistake that we are doing, and this is true. I don't know, Yannis Kaliakatsis would like to say something before. I'm sorry, Yannis, I interrupted you, but I had given the floor to John Vardiabasis.
Okay, I would like to say that in order to be a good manager, you have to find good colleagues. I did this with you, Kostas, for Erasmus project, but it's not always easy. If you fail, you must have everything on your head. Think about it because you understand.
No, but if you fail, that's why we teach in our university in the postgraduate degree resilience skills. Resilience skills is one of the soft skills to learn how to come back from fallback. All right, so this comes also from the sports, from the NBA.
But that time I had not some training from other people. I do everything by experience.
All of us at the beginning, all of us. So I don't know if Nikolaos would like to say something, because I can see Nikos and I can see Mircea. Mircea, Nikos has a PhD from Romania. So Mircea comes from Romania. So probably you have to speak later on. But Nikos, you want to mention something about management and soft skills?
Like Yannis Vardiabas is also, I do not have my own success in order to give to other people suggestions. I still learn. So I'm attending these speeches very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolaos. And Mircea, do you want to mention anything? Comment?
Well,
please present yourself to the rest of the people.
Well, I'm a PhD. I teach construction engineering at our faculty. I'm not based on electronics, but the topics that I've heard so far are very interesting regarding what we talked today. So far, I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. This is one technique that I'm using when I'm doing online. I'm asking people randomly, because otherwise, no one is going to ask. So I'm following this even to you, I'm experiment. So thank you very much for attending the first session. Now we will have a break for an hour and 15 minutes. So we will come back 13:15 CET. Local time will be 14:15 hours, okay? I will leave the channel on, but we are going to continue with 2 more lectures in an hour and 15 minutes. And I would like also to welcome Sonia Roland, who is going to be among our speakers tomorrow. I will send the links in Zoom to all the participants and to the lecturers later on. So we are going to stop for the lunch break for, let's say, 1 hour and 15 minutes, and we will be back 1:15 CET, 2:15 Greek time. All right. Thank you very much for your attention. See you later. Bye. Sorry. So it's a great pleasure to have with us a great friend and colleague and collaborator, Lauren, from EVM. Lauren has an expertise in pedagogy and an expertise in soft skills that online learning and teaching requires in order to have a more successful result. And we know this one of the challenges. Recently, we have submitted a paper and we know of the challenges regarding the soft skills online learning and teaching requests. So Lauren is the most expert to reveal and describe all these things related to what we have followed during this morning. So Lauren, the floor is yours, and thank you very much for coming. Actually, you are coming from Canary Islands, very far away from here, but remotely you can see that the distance has minimized. All right, and actually, Lauren, congratulations, because your tennis player yesterday destroyed our friend from Serbia. So I think Nikolaos Petrakis is very happy, even though that I know that he's a Djokovic fan, but Nadal hammered, Djokovic. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to share my screen.
Yes.
Let me know.
Fantastic.
You can
yeah.
see it. You can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Kostas from the International Relations Office of the Hellenic Mediterranean University for inviting me to participate in this webinar. My name is Lauren Vandermeer, and Mr. Kostas invited me today to talk about soft skills for online teaching and learning. So thanks again for the opportunity. Okay, so before we get started, I'd like to give you a little background on what I've been working on in the past few years. As you can see here, well, I didn't put it in this presentation, but I'm lucky to say that as most of you, I have about 25 years of learning experience because I started at 3, and from then until I finished my pedagogy degree, I was in the learning system, learning methods, what I liked, what I didn't like, what I wanted to do, what I didn't want to do, which is what took me to delve into the teaching field and has brought me over 15 years of teaching experience. The main reason for me to go into the education field was to teach teachers how to teach. And that wasn't meant to be a tongue twister. But from a young age, I was concerned that nobody listened, or I didn't feel like anybody was listening to those being taught, or about the spaces students had to speak their minds and so on. This luckily took me straight onto the skills world. I've also trained lately and studied about the design thinking method, which has made my mind twist and turn in order to become a design thinker, or at least a startup design thinker per se. I'm still learning. In 2017, I worked as coordinating all the projects going on regarding education from a city hall. From the city hall I worked for to schools and back. That really made me learn so much more about soft skills, what they were all about, and the importance they have, not only in education, but really in any field. And I currently work at EVM in the Canary Islands, as Kostas said, in Spain, as an educational consultant. Of course, many of you may wonder, just like my family and friends do, what this whole concept is about. And the easiest way I've found to explain it myself is that I work on various projects with groups of people from different fields, different ideologies, countries, cultures, etc. The following question to that usually is, what are those projects about? Well, different things, always different things. I'm part of a team where I pitch in the educational side of things, but each project is different. I guess that's why nobody seems to understand the reason behind me being an education specialist and not working at a school. The big question in this whole equation is, what do we all have in common? Well, all those people from different fields, cultures, and backgrounds, the answer is easy. We're all aiming for one same objective. As I said, the answer is easy, and this may theoretically seem very simple, but as we will see during this presentation, people and relations don't work like math or science. So in theory, as we know in the books, things seem clear, easy, and understandable. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Well, I'm not going too far into the explanation of this. I'm sure Kostas and many of you could explain this a lot better. But once we put it to practice is when all these questions start popping up. Here's a silly example. So if 1 + 1 is 2, how can we explain this? Where 1 + 1 is 3, or maybe even 4 or 5. Or this, fertilization, where the human egg and the sperm come together and form one again. So wait a second. Now 1 + 1 is 1 again. It's 2 forming 1. How does that happen? In reality, as we will see on various occasions throughout this presentation, life happens. And that's when we really start learning. So today, in order for us all to start off at a level playing ground, I'd like to delve into the words and concepts that this presentation is about: hard skills and soft skills. So hard skills are what we traditionally know as knowledge. They show that you fit for a specific job, developing specific tasks, and reaching particular objectives thanks to that knowledge. Something relevant when defining hard skills is that nobody is born with them. So they're learned. It means we go to school or we read or we study about something in order to be able to do that something or achieve that objective that we have. Hard skills can go from coding to cooking, with most things we do as adults on a daily basis in between. Soft skills, on the other hand, show your ability to fit into different places. So they're a part of your personality, meaning some people are born with certain skills and others can learn them. I'm not saying nobody is born with soft skills. Everybody has soft skills, just some have more developed than others, and that's what we're all here for, right? Difference makes everything richer. So one of the most frequent questions asked after this is personality changes as if it weren't positive. The answer is yes, definitely. Everybody can change their personality into whatever they like the best. If that weren't possible, then what are role models for, if not? Soft skills are, for example, communication, leadership, empathy, conflict resolution. They're a combination of people skills, communication skills, and social skills, and so on. So why has this term been upcoming in the past few years? Well, for so many reasons. But what fuels people wanting to know about them in most cases is that more and more hiring companies are asking employees to show the right dose and combination of hard and soft skills. In many cases, preferring a worker with social skills who may improve the work climate, rather than a specialist in a certain field who may make the team feel uncomfortable, for example. So, soft skills, the Corden's English Dictionary defines soft skills as desirable qualities for certain forms of employment that do not depend on acquired knowledge. This includes common sense, the ability to deal with people, and a positive, flexible attitude. In order to differentiate soft skills, they can be divided in groups or clusters. And of course, if we go into theory, every author has a different way of choosing, dividing, grouping all the soft skills we can find. In this case, we're dividing them by internal and external. And although they're hard to differentiate and they're all negotiable, as if they're internal and external, I think is the easiest form to understand the division, and that are dealt mostly in the following way. I would say internal skills are those dealt with on our own after being with a group of people, for example. And external soft skills are those tangible externally that are shown and worked on while interacting with others. So here are a few examples of each. Self-awareness, we're talking about internal soft skills now. Self-awareness, accepting criticism, critical thinking, emotional management, problem solving, perseverance, growth mindset, creativity, concentration, empathy, self-discipline, optimism, and responsibility. There are tons more. I just choose a few from these, and most, as I said before, this is completely debatable per se. And we can talk about how empathy can be internal, it can be external, because it depends on other people. And yes, this is true, but what we've decided, or how we've decided to divide this, is that most of the ones that I've set up here, we have to concentrate on them or think about them once we're done. Once we've finished our practice, or once we've finished our class, is when we go back and we accept criticism, when we think about what a student or a colleague or somebody told us, that's when we go back and think, okay, how am I going to deal with this? What are the next steps, right? External soft skills. Here are a few that I decided to pick up here, which are adaptability, teamwork, this may be the most obvious, communication, public speaking, conflict management, cooperation, dependability, selling skills, active listening, building rapport. So again, when we talk about this, communication can be internal or it can be external. In this case, we've decided to put it in the external soft skills just to understand or combine it also with teamwork, conflict management, etc. So here are a few myths and facts. Here comes the part where we've all heard about soft skills and have preconceived ideas about them. I'm going to go just through a few in order to clarify the most popular ones. So, soft skills are only for team managers. How many times have we heard that? And of course, it's a myth. Why? Soft skills are good for everybody and anybody who lives in society. Let's take it from there. Maybe if we go back into living in caves or not with other people or in society or get away from the world, we may not need to develop them as much, but they'll definitely be helpful. Why should everybody develop or train them? Well, we're going back to the same, because 1 + 1 isn't always 2. Another myth that we usually hear or come up with is soft skills are innate and immutable. Why is it a myth? Because the more you practice anything, and correct me if I'm wrong, but for now, I think that the more you practice anything, the more it improves. And so why wouldn't it be the same with soft skills? According to research in neuroscience and psychology, we're able to build these skills, not only as children growing up, but as adults as well. So no more excuses, or I am the way I am, or as my mother used to say, and she still says, if there's a will, there's a way. So let's get that will going. Another myth is soft skills are associated with soft people. So let's say the tender side we've heard of. Well, a question back at people thinking that's a fact is, what is stronger than being able to understand others and handle difficult situations in an efficient way? Many situations come to mind where problems haven't been solved in the most peaceful way or in the best way at the moment. My question is, do you really think if everybody worked on soft skills, things would be as they are? Or certain situations would have fallen out as they did? I personally don't. So now that we have a base on which to stand and work from, let's see how this affects us as teachers, professors, as well as students, and which ones we're here to concentrate on today. So why soft skills for online teaching? I hope everybody can properly see the image in which they seem happy, comfortable, very comfortable. This goes for teaching as well as studying and receiving classes. In theory, it should be just as okay as traditional classes, right? Interaction, group relations, informal conversations between professors, students, etc. Being at a place at a certain time. This changes a little bit when the synchronous or asynchronous format come into place. So here's our expectation. And if I were to ask anybody here, what was their experience during quarantine? I'm sure more than one intervention would be about how amazing it was, how many options have opened up, the different tools that have been learned and will probably continue to be used from now on. And on the other hand, we may have the contrary. Experiences where more than one may say things like they didn't understand a thing of what happened, how grades dropped drastically, they didn't know what tools to use, how, if possible, they'd never go back to an online class, etc. Well, believe it or not, both sides of the story are true. their different realities, and how each person took it and communicated it to the world around them is considered to be a part of the soft skills. So I don't want to take much of your time explaining reality, because we all know that's happened. How it happened is different to each person. But most times, what we can see in the image is taking books from a computer. How many times have we downloaded a whole book onto the computer and read it from the computer? Well, we could ask probably what's wrong here. And I forgot to mention during my presentation that I'm a drama queen, hence the big red letters. But then my soft skills luckily pop in, and I start thinking, okay, Lauren, it's not that bad. So on the bright side of things, I have to say I'm here not to teach you about what you should know or do. I'm here to talk about and remind you about the things you've probably read, heard about, or have been told by those very wise people you grew up with, such as parents or grandparents. And I'm pretty sure I'm about to talk about things that are somewhere stuck in the back of your heads and basically haven't come up lately due to day-to-day concerns or musts. After asking around and receiving emails from teachers, professors, and students from all over the world regarding online teaching and learning, and doing some research, these are still the main skills I'd like to name today. My intention with this is to give you all, as I've said before, some really basic reminders of how 1 + 1 isn't always 2, and how life happens. And that's what we're here to deal with. So here go a few skills we could start working on. Patience. So be patient. For teachers and professors, I'd say remind yourself it takes 2 years again to get your master's degree in online teaching. So if you're new to this method, you haven't been trying for long. Students, on the other hand, changing everything to online can seem easy and simple at first, but I'd say it's far more complex than it initially seems. Having access to everything on your phone or computer and not getting a break from the screens is also hard. Little by little, both parts of the equation will start coming together and it will get easier. I'm starting a master's degree this year, and last week in an online class, something wasn't going as planned. And one of the professors said, hey, remember, just as you're in the first year of your master's, I'm in the first year of online classes. I think this is a great way to put it. Proximity. Well, we've heard about a lot of social distancing, those famous 2-meter rules and whatnot, masks. So what this year has taught us is that we can come together in other ways, right? How many video calls have you had this year compared to last year? So for teachers, ask your students and professors questions, personal questions. Talk to them about what's on your mind and ask about their concerns. Tell them you're specialists in certain topics, but maybe not in how to deliver this topic in diverse ways. Let them know you're learning too. And students, ask if teachers, professors are willing to receive feedback and hand it over. What would you change? Most students have been more in touch with technology than many professors and teachers. So why not give them ideas, give them a helping hand, give feedback, good and bad. Just remember soft skills when you're doing so. Remember communication. Simplicity. We can also change this to specific, or as my mother would say again, keep it simple, sweet. Albert Einstein said that if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand well enough. So as for professors, it's our job to put the information out there, and students' job to try to understand it. So delivering information, being open to receive questions when they don't know how to solve it, is a great starting point. As far as I've seen, some may be overthinking the deliverables, so take it easy on yourself. And for students, I'd say keep this in mind. Everybody is trying their best, the best way they know. It may not be the best way as far as you're concerned, but that, I promise you, is probably not knowing about other ways and methods. Remember the importance of feedback and how we're saying it. Acknowledgement. This goes for both students and professors in the same direction. Acknowledgement, because we have to acknowledge what they're doing, how the other person's lives have changed, and be aware of how your own has changed, and acknowledge how you yourself have changed. I'd say take your time and accept it. It may seem easy in theory, but as we know, practice is a little harder. Just by stepping into somebody else's shoes, a whole new different perspective is taken, which helps in the process. As Barry Long said, acknowledgement is the only way to keep love alive. So for us who love our profession and love education, acknowledge. And for those of you who are studying something that you love or that you really want to love, acknowledgement again. Appreciation. Again, for both. Appreciation for the other's efforts. Take a minute to answer yourself. How do we feel when somebody says thank you? When somebody says good job? Do we want others to feel this way, to feel grateful, to feel happy? It's free, so why not? We just started using a new bot at EVM where we get a reminder each week to thank people on our team or the organization. And I seriously couldn't think of a better way of finishing the week, because I feel so excited when I send a message and super grateful when I receive them. So it can't be easier. Questioning. Questioning them, questioning yourself, questioning colleagues. Normally, people who question themselves often are those who can defend what they're doing and why they're doing it with a solid answer. Am I doing the best I can? Why do I teach or study this way? Is this the best way or the better way? And better for who? So with questioning, I'm not saying evaluate yourself. I'm saying ask yourself and be conscious of your answer. It may not be the best in others' eyes, but as long as you know why you're doing it, you'll have a reason to keep doing it the same way or change. As Bernard Heiss said, advances are made by answering questions and discoveries are made by questioning answers. I really like that one. Communication. Okay, so I know this may sound repetitive, but I think this is the answer to most of the questions both students and professors ask constantly. Communicate in as many ways as possible. Formal contexts, non-formal contexts. You don't have to create them if you don't want to, but leave the door open in case somebody wants to invite you. A coffee space simulating when you go to the cafe and find students or teachers doing things and ask you a question. Those so famous questions which usually start with a, oh, professor, now that you're here, keep it open for them. Try coming to an agreement with professors and students as when to deliver. Make a poll, for example, and as students, participate in the poll. It's not fair to say, oh, this isn't fair if we don't participate or we don't ask for participation as well. A quick reminder is that we're all humans and we all forget things and we're all on a daily basis running through our musts and our day-to-day tasks. So reminding teachers of, hey, I want a participating space, or I'd like to give my opinion on this, will also help them stop for a second and think about what are the next steps. As professors, we suggest that you clearly define what your expectations are. And if you have a doubt, ask them. Because again, there are as many solutions as people on this planet. As students, if you're not sure what is expected from you, ask. Time management. Oh boy, is this a hard one for most of us. And when we meet someone doing 20 things at a time, our question is usually, where do you get the time from? How many hours has your day got? Well, here comes a spoiler alert. We all have 24 hours, as far as I know, for now. So time management, not everybody has the same timing. Some, as we know, are owls and others are early birds. And in online education environments, the scenario has changed. In some cases, both teachers and students can adapt to when their body works best. So why not take advantage of it? If it's what you want, you'll develop this new time management over time and decide upon what type of learning options you would like to deliver and receive. For students, I'd say this is the hardest one. So if it's already hard for us who have been through the system, students, I'd say, basically because there are so many more things on our plate that we want to do and we want to participate in. So now that I'm back to school per se, I have to remind myself continuously, come on, Lorian, I'm doing this for the best. It's only a short period of time. It's going to be worth it. And that's what keeps me getting online and participating in class. Asynchronous classes or no set timing for being on the platform will only make life happen. And when life happens and studies aren't on the list of to-dos, they're easily substituted with other life things. Rome wasn't built in a day. We've probably all heard this quote, and I'd say this is exactly what everybody going through learning situations right now is thinking. In this fast changing environment, I think we should all print this out and put it on our front door, screensaver on the computer, phone, electronic device, whatever. Those 6 simple words can be spoken about for hours on end, setting examples, debating back and forth, etc. Of course, this also can be an easy laid back position to sit in. So, which is why there is a second part to this quote. Rome wasn't built in a day, but there were bricks being laid every hour. So now what? We go back to the question of, am I doing it the best way I can? What have I done today to reach my objective? You don't have to build everything you want today, tomorrow, this week, or even this year. Just lay a brick. Take a step in that direction. So to finish up, before we go on to the questions, if anybody has questions, I'm summarizing with a few questions that may help you with further questions that you may ask yourself again. So mainly, are you taking care of yourself? How much do you want to improve? What are you willing to do to improve? And last but not least, it is important or is it urgent? I really like to explain this difference because there is a big difference between important and urgent. And it's where the need comes from. Important comes from within and urgent comes from outside. We need to learn to, of course, do the so-called urgent, but more importantly, not to forget to pay attention to what's important. I personally consider this last question, not being asked continuously, is what takes us back to forgetting everything I've just reminded you about. So perhaps we have to do this more often. Dr. Heisenhower has developed a matrix in which he differentiates important from urgent tasks. There's a lot of bibliographic information, and he has many interesting things to look into regarding this differentiation. In this case, we can take a look at the chart, and we see that, for example, important and urgent are emergencies, deadlines, some phone calls, baby crying, I don't know. Important but not urgent are exercise, vacation, and planning. These are the things that we normally set back, and also the things that help us be keen or help keep us sane and healthy. And we tend to forget that that's the most important thing. Then we go to urgent but not important, which are interruptions, distractions, other phone calls, constantly looking at our email, things like this. And then not important and not urgent, which are things like trivia, busy work, time wasters. So the question now may be how to get rid of not important and not urgent. My answer would definitely be soft skills again. So going through everything we've been through and keep looking into what soft skills are all about, because that'll definitely help us get through taking out the not important and the not urgent, and focusing more on the important, the urgent, and the not urgent as well. But what's important, because that ends up being what will take us to a better place in the future. So if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. So here's just a little invitation for you to change up and twist and turn your mind, as I've done with design thinking and all these other things that I've been studying and love to study and share, and start getting into soft skills if that's a possibility for you. So I've left a little slide here for Q&A. And if due to timing, we're not able to answer a question, or even if when you start practicing, the questions start popping up, don't hesitate to contact Kostas or send me an email. I've put down my email address here in case you want to start a conversation about this. So Kostas, I'll give you the floor again in case anybody wants to ask questions or comments, whatever.
Thank you very much, Lauren, for the beautiful presentation. I would like to ask now the audience if there are some questions. Otherwise, I should start with mine. Okay, let me start. It was very useful what did you present, and very useful to teachers and the students as well, since online teaching and learning is a challenge task that in the majority of the case we were unprepared, and this all the surveys that we have done, this showed. I would like to ask you first of all to elaborate a little bit, what is building rapport? I mean,
okay. Building rapport is communicating with others. This isn't the exact definition, but I'm going to try to explain it as best as I can. And it's trying to communicate with others for them to feel comfortable communicating back to you. So there's a really funny ad, for example, I can't remember if it was Fanta or something, where there's this one person communicating to different people, and I know there's this one example where he's talking to a teenager, and the teenager is going like this with her hair. And so this person all of a sudden grows hair and starts going like this, just so she understands that they're on the same level ground or playing or whatever. It usually happens when you want to make contact with somebody and you try to understand where they are, where they stand, and try to go there in order to create confidence and a calm environment in order for everybody to be able to communicate easily and happily, per se.
Thank you. And the second question that I have, just from curiosity, because I'm suffering from this dilemma. What does it stress you more? The important or the urgent?
What stresses me more?
Yeah, the important or the urgent, and the ways that we handle both of these challenges are the same. Is the same policy that we should follow. Let's say, okay, I will manage how many things and many tasks I can do per day, and this relax me. Because sometimes I will say, the urgent brings money, and you should deliver. This is how the market works. And sometimes we used to say to our students, I mean, deadlines are deadlines. And actually, one of the principles of the time management, that is exactly one of the challenges of the online teaching and learning, is time management. Exactly. But time management stresses very much, the urgency. I mean, if you have set this target, it's only one time that you should deliver, not later than deadline.
Yeah.
So, and then it's the important, like, our internal happiness. Okay, I'm going to deliver it. Okay, I have not reached this deadline. I will deliver it later on. I'm happy and I'm relaxed. So, I mean, how can we keep a balance about these two?
Okay, well, I would say the answer to that is definitely time management and communication. So why communication? Time management, for sure, because if you come to an agreement with your students of when they're supposed to deliver or when you want them to deliver, there's going to be a communication there and everybody's going to be able to participate. If you come to that agreement, then you have to set your times and understand that in a week's time, you have to deliver something. When I think about communication, or when communication comes to mind, I think about how easily we tell others, oh, okay, I'll do this for you. An email comes in of another project, another teacher, another something, or another project, and they say, oh, Gotha, can you send me this and this really quick? Our non-ability to be able to say, listen, Lauren, I can't do this right now. Can you wait until next week because I have a delivery to do or a deliverable to turn in or whatever, is what makes us put so many things on our back and just keep saying yes to everybody. Yes, 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 I'll do it. Or not being able to communicate to others, no, I can't handle this right now. And the fact of being able to communicate this is definitely what's going to help us be able to coordinate our tasks, I think, easily.
Beautiful. I think, yes. I mean, this kind of communication, and we used to say, learn to say no. That, we are still training on this. It's a very important. I'm saying this to the students, learn to say no.
And it's funny because when we're very young, the first things we know or the first things we learn is no. Yeah. And most children, they really know how to say no very quickly. But then we start forgetting and we go on to adulthood and we say, oh, okay, I can do this. Yes, okay, whatever. And that's when we have to go back to learning to say no.
Yeah, I have a comment from a colleague of us, Maria Zakinthinaki, that comments that this makes us think that as important as communication is respect for the others. Okay, yes, it's respect to inform someone that you cannot do it that moment, or you will delay to deliver something. I mean, it's not something to shame. It's something that you allow and you let and you facilitate your collaborations with the others, and also relax a little bit yourself from the stress. Exactly. I like it very much, and this is very important. The other thing that you mentioned about the grandman's rule, this is a very important thing in teaching. I mean, if you cannot explain to your grandmother how things works, then you have failed. All right. Yeah. So as the teachers, we should have this on our mind continuously, because one of the mistakes that we are doing is like we don't try, or sometimes we don't even think, like that the students are in a different level than us, and we should explain again. Of course, the students, they should have the motivation to ask questions in order the other one to realize. This has to do with communication as well in a teaching level. And also another important fact, even though that I was not a fan of our ex-government party, they try to address this about the early birds and the late birds, which is something very important. People, this is physiology, I think, that people, other people, they perform very early, but the majority of the people, they perform a little bit later than 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock that the school starts. Yeah. This is what I have to say. I totally agree with you about the time management, stress management, motivation, curiosity. Using open educational resources are things that we should have for online learning and teaching, and you have addressed it very nice, all of them. So if there are no more questions from the audience, I would like to thank again Lauren for her generosity to contribute, and thank you very much, Lauren, for your contribution. It was really nice.
Thank you for inviting me.
No, it was an honor for us. So now we are moving to the next and the last lecture for today. Another friend, another lady. I think that during the morning session we were only boys. After lunch, a surprise wait for us. I can see Yanis Varjavas is laughing. I like this. It's like ladies, beautiful ladies are among us. So after Lauren, another beautiful lady and a nice colleague, a Greek that lives on abroad, Professor Triantafylou, is with us. she's going now, this lecture is like a small translation from the soft skills to the tomorrow's lecture session that has to do with modern teaching and learning techniques. Very important, because as we know, Yanis knows, Nikos knows, I can see some colleagues, Maria Zakinthinaki knows, we made a transition, and this transition is going to be forever. Don't imagine that after we return to the face-to-face, the impact of the online teaching is not going to be with us. Actually, it should be with us, because good things, we have learned good things as well. So Evangelia works in Aalborg University in Denmark. You know, Danish universities are very innovative regarding teaching. They have tried all these problem-based learning, project-oriented based learning techniques. They are expert on the future, I will say, of the higher education. And Evangelia also is a good friend, always supports Hellenic Mediterranean University efforts, always, like Laurent and the other speakers, say yes to whatever, not to whatever, but you know, to the majority of the things that we propose. And we are very glad about this. And we consider all these colleagues as the long arm of Hellenic Mediterranean University, because our connections and network and friendship is something that will provide extra things that we cannot support. So I talk too much. I have become a salesman, I would say. So Evangelia, the floor is yours. Please introduce yourself.
Yes.
I'm very glad that I learned that you have also a relation with Vidakis, like that you are he's the stepfather of your kids. So the floor is yours,
Yes.
Evangelia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kostas. Thank you so much for this kind introduction. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Yes, I think Kostas summarized very well the background. I think also we have things to learn, to work with in the terms of soft skills, because Kostas mentioned that we always say yes, but I'm always happy to contribute and to work with Kostas and the Hellenic Mediterranean University. Today I was invited to say a few things about instruction method that we have been using and experimenting with in the last 6 years now. It was also part of my PhD project. So if you allow me, I will share my screen. And then I can drive you through the presentation today. Let me see if I can make this. Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So yes, so today I'm going to talk about the flipped classroom approach and how we can use that to activate students, both, of course, in offline, but also online and blended learning environments. As Kostas said, I'm assistant professor at Aalborg University in Copenhagen. So Aalborg University has 3 different campuses in Denmark. I'm also today presenting a part of research that we did on the flipped classroom during an Erasmus Plus Knowledge Alliance project called Flip2G, which I'm honored to coordinate. I will talk later a bit about that also. I decided to start this presentation with the motivation. So a report based on a survey done actually worldwide in 9 countries, both from Asia, from Europe, and from the America, said that young people are 3 times more likely than their parents to be out of work. But however, 57% of the employers, because this study addressed both educators, students, and employers. So 57% of employers that this study interviewed and surveyed said that they could not find enough skilled entry-level workers. So they felt that the people graduating did not have the basic or the skills that they would like to. And also this report is from a few years ago, so they had estimated that by 2020, a global shortfall of 85 million high and middle skilled workers, they would be missing in the job market. This, I don't know how many of you work as educators, but this has been a recurring topic actually in academia, and this is why efforts have been initiated to redesign teaching in higher education. So one of the ways that, for instance, we have been trying to improve things and to be sure that our graduates have the skills that we would like them to have, like what we call critical skills, depending, of course, on the field, is to reinforce learning with active learning approaches. Active learning is a pedagogical approach that tries to make learners active, so not passive like all of you are now, because you are sitting and listening to me. This approach assumes that the teacher actually knows everything or knows a lot, and all the others are just sitting and listening, and they try to assimilate the knowledge and then apply it for their own purposes. Active learning is trying to change that, so it's trying to make the learners active during this learning approach. And one of the approaches to do that is what we call flipped classroom. Apart from this, for the last few months, we have had also the great challenge, or what it is called the great online pivot crisis, where a lot of universities were called to redesign their courses because of the COVID-19 situation. So I have taken this figure from this survey from the International Association of Universities. That was a survey conducted in March and April 2020 among many, I think 400 universities around the world in all continents. And as you can see, the majority of the universities had to replace classroom teaching with distance teaching and learning. This is 67%. And then for some of them, teaching activities were even suspended because maybe they didn't have the resources to do online, or maybe their students did not have the resources to attend. And then for 7% of these universities, the teaching was even cancelled. And only 2% report that they were not affected. And actually this is mainly open universities, which of course were used to deliver teaching online. So this made things even more challenging for educators. So today I'm going to walk through a bit the flipped classroom idea. So what it is and what's the pedagogical value of it. And then I will present some of the benefits we have experienced, some of the challenges also we have faced with this instruction model, and also a few resources and maybe a discussion on how to implement it, if this is something that you would like to apply. So the flipped classroom is an approach that it first started in 2000. Well, it has been used as an approach, I think, in some studies since many years, because the idea is that the students or the static part of the lecture takes place before the actual lecture, or before the time where the educators and the students meet. And this approach, for instance, is quite common, or has been quite common in medicine, where students were studying some medical cases and then they would meet and discuss this. I think also in literature, where people should read some books and then discuss that. But it has gained momentum when in 2007, two educators, two professors at the University of Colorado, started recording their lectures their chemistry lectures for students who were sick or absent. So in order for them to be able to participate, to follow the lecture. And so they provided these videos online to them. And this is how they got the idea that, you know, actually we could do that for every student and for every lecture, and then we could use the classroom time in another way. So as you can see here, this is just a screenshot of Google Trends. The turn flipped classroom has gained momentum after 2010. And it has been constantly more or less popular during the last 10 years. But what it is exactly? So this is not what it is, but I have here two different definitions from two different research papers. You can find the references below. So one focuses a lot on this exchange of the in-class and out-of-class sessions. So as it says, the flipped classroom is an educational technique that consists of two parts: an interactive group learning activities inside the classroom and direct computer-based individual instruction outside the classroom. But to be honest, I prefer the second one. It's from 2015. And that says that a flipped classroom is a set of pedagogical approaches that move most information transmission teaching out of class. So what the students can just sit down and read or watch, we do it out of class. We don't spend valuable time on that. But we use class time for learning activities that are active and social. So then we can use the time in the class in order to let students work together, in order to let the students apply what they learned in this information transmission session to problems or to exercises, to assignments, to projects. And then the third part is that it requires students to complete pre- and or post-class activities to fully benefit from in-class work. So of course, if you want to come to the class and being able to participate in this group work or assignments or whatever the educator decides to do, you have to be prepared. You have to have, you know, going through this information transmission process. But I like this definition because it doesn't imply anything on the tools we use for out-of-class transmission. Many people have focused a lot on these video lectures. Yes, so they said, okay, flipped classroom is just recording yourself in a video, giving that to the students, and then they come to the classroom and they do exercises. Well, things do not work exactly like that, because first of all, nobody's going to watch a video of maybe, I don't know, 1 hour or 1 hour and a half if you just record your lecture. Or maybe not nobody, but very few people will do that. So there is some design there to do and some thinking to do on what you really have to do as a video. You can also just don't use video. You can use learning material, so reading textbooks, for instance. You can say to the students, you have to read this chapter from your book. You can use online tutorials. You can use the videos from other people. So there are many ways to support students out of classroom. So and it doesn't have actually to be also computer-based. Usually, of course, it is for many reasons that we will discuss later on, but it doesn't have to. So I want to make this clear. Now, many people have focused on the flipped classroom as a linear model. So as we discussed, it's just a timeline, and then we have the out of classroom instruction preparation first, then we move to the in-class discussion or group activities and feedback from the educator then, and then students complete their assignments or extend their learning by engaging in some other activities that could be a continuation of what they did here or some other activities. We have found that actually it's better to view the flipped classroom as a learning cycle, not just as a linear process. And for this reason, we have adopted Gerstein's the circular model of the flipped classroom that actually describes every flipped classroom session as a preparation for the next one. So we start here, the concept exploration phase, where we have educator-suggested resources for students to attend to, and this helps to remember information like video lectures, audio lectures, it would be, for instance, podcasts, etc. Then we have the meaning-making phase that's again before the actual classroom session. Where the students have to understand what they did, so they could do dashboards, they prepare some I don't know, their own material describing what they do. It could be quizzes that they have to answer, reflective videos, whatever it would force them to reflect on what they just read or watched or whatever. And then we have the in-class session where we do the demonstration and application. So as we said, it could be group activities, it could be individual activities, but the important thing is that the teacher or the educator is there present, and he or she can support the students while they're doing this. And also they can give feedback to the students, and they gain also, you know, a better overview of, you know, where the students are. And finally, the experiential engagement phase is actually after the class, where the students finalize what they did here or just create other things to demonstrate what they did there. And this actually could be also a preparation or the link to the next pre-class session. Anyway, so that's the whole idea, and that's some considerations from a pedagogical point of view. So that's mainly for educators, and I have been using a lot the out of class and in class terms, and of course that applies for a physical environment, for a physical teaching, on-site teaching, but it applies also for online teaching, because I mean, it could be between synchronous and asynchronous learning. So the synchronous learning would be the in-class sessions, yes, when we actually meet the students online, while the out of class, it's asynchronous learning, is when we just upload things and the students have to interact with them by themselves and on their own pace. Now, what is the potential of the flipped classroom? Why people have, you know, started investigating that as an instruction approach? Well, before explaining that, I will very briefly introduce the Bloom's taxonomy. I don't know, maybe if this is known to everyone, but very briefly, the Bloom's taxonomy is actually a classification of the different objectives and skills that educators set for their students. So what kind of learning objectives we have for a specific, for a course or a specific activity, for a specific lecture. So the Bloom's taxonomy starts, for instance, with less complex or simple learning objectives like remember information, recalling facts, for instance, here. Then understanding is understanding meaning of things, applying the facts and the rules and the ideas is this one. You know, we go to and the upper in the upper levels of this pyramid, actually we have more complex or abstract learning objectives. So, for instance, we have here in the analyzing, it means to break down information into components and parts. Evaluating is being able to judge the value of or information or information or ideas. So I have I'm able to recall, I'm able to analyze, I'm able to apply knowledge. But, when I reach the upper levels as a student, I'm also able to evaluate other ideas related to this knowledge. And then in the last part of it, I'm able to even combine the parts of this to make a new whole idea or to innovate, let's say. So, and we can use this to describe what our students, where our students, we want them to be with a specific module or a course or whatever. So I want them to be able to, understand this theory, but I want them to be able also to analyze this other thing, for instance. So what is good for the flipped classroom is that typically in the traditional model that most, universities or even schools apply, is that during in the classroom, we actually are in the lower levels of the Bloom's taxonomy. So what we do there is we transmit information and we explain the information transmitted. So we, let's say we take the students, in the best case, of course, we never know, through these two levels. And then we let them outside of the classroom. We give them exercises, we give them projects, activities, whatever it's relevant for its course and for its topic, to do all this, to go up all these levels, let's say, by themselves or with their peers. Yes, while the flipped classroom is trying to do the opposite. So he is trying to use the outside classroom time for bring the students in the applying, more or less level, and then using the classroom to engage students, let's say to bring up students in the upper levels of the taxonomy, where they can also have the support of their educators. What is my experience with flipped classroom? Because now I'm going to jump into what is the potential of all this and what are the benefits and the challenges. So I have started applying the flipped classroom for mathematics classes during my PhD here at Aalborg University. That was back in 2014. After seeing the potential of it, we actually flipped a whole course, and that was a course on statistics, because we thought that it really makes sense, at least for mathematics, to have the students, in the class while they were trying to solve their exercises. Of course, that was a huge redesign process. I have to say that it took us 2 iterations of the same course to reach a level where we were really satisfied with the result. So we did all the typical mistakes: too long, too much content for the out of class, because we always, or at least we had the insecurity that it's not enough, so let's give them also this and maybe the other resource and maybe this one also, and then the videos were too long. So we had to go through a redesign process 2 times, and then the 3rd time it was the good one. And it has been running like that until then. And then we did the same for programming courses, 2 of them, 2nd and 3rd semester of the bachelor in media technology, actually, where I'm teaching. And then in January 2019, the Flip2G project that I mentioned before started, which is also based on the flipped classroom approach. So during these experiments, let's say, we have been using different ways to evaluate the flipped classroom. One framework that we used, and was actually proposed by 2 authors from Australia, is the one that actually uses Desi's motivation, intrinsic and extrinsic motivation approach. So these authors propose that the flipped classroom would actually create benefits in 5 different dimensions. So one, it was the sense of competence. So how competent the students would feel, or they tried to investigate, you know, if the flipped classroom approach benefits any of these dimensions. The other is the sense of relatedness, and that's actually the sense of belonging to a group, to a community. The sense of autonomy, so being independent, being responsible for my own learning. Tailor to expertise, so being able to tailor the course and the material to the specific level of each student. And self-pacing, so being able to go through the material on my own pace. So these are, and these are related to extrinsic motivation. So how motivated I am because I get some rewards from outside. And increased motivation is motivation that comes from myself because you know, I'm ambitious or whatever. And then these two parts are related to the management of cognitive load. So how much, you know, information and knowledge it comes or I have to carry when I'm going through a course. And what we have found is that the flipped classroom actually, for the students, the benefits were that they did value that they could learn at their own pace. So they liked that they could, for instance, read on their own pace. They didn't have to have all the slides or all the lecture in this 1 hour or 2 hours. Yes, so they could go, they could watch the video, or they go through the slides on their own pace. They could also, when they were unsure about something, they could consult the resources or the internet or whatever to clarify that, and then go back again. And then they said that they had more time working with equipment or with assignments available in classroom. So that is if, of course, you use any equipment. Sick or absent students can still watch the lectures. Of course, that was one of the benefits. It promoted reflection inside and outside of the classroom. Because we always used some reflection activities right after the preparation. So we saw that people started reflecting on, did I understand this? Do I have to go through this again? Where I am, yes, in terms of where I have to be. And they were more actively involved in their learning process. Some of the students also took ownership of their own learning, so they were very diligent. They did the preparation, etc., and provided opportunities for review to the teachers, so they could, like the teachers could review what they did during the class, and they could offer also feedback in order to improve or to adjust, etc. Now, for the teachers. This is a very common saying for the flipped classroom, is that the teacher becomes a guide on the side instead of a sage on the stage. So, and that's a benefit, but that can be also a challenge at the same time, because we are very used to, you know, to be the sage on the stage, to, you know, to be the one lecturing, to. I remember, for instance, in the first flipped classrooms, the teachers felt the need to just present some slides anyway, although the students had everything, but they said, no, but I also have to say that. So, but the thing is that the teacher can be, let's say, what we call a facilitator on this learning process, a guide on the side. The teachers also get a better insight into student difficulties, because they can, let's say, do the assignments or whatever, all the learning activities in the class. And after seeing what the students have done after the preparation, but also during the classroom, they can also easily customize and update the curriculum. And they can also see which parts are viewed more times. I mean, depending on the online system, of course, you use. Then the teachers have reported increased levels of student achievement, interest, and engagement. And more time, they valued also the time they had to actually support students and also connect with the students. So they had more, when you go around, you know, when people work and you can discuss and you can sit with them, then of course you create a better connection. Of course, nothing is only good in this life. There's always the other side of the coin. We did have challenges, and we are still facing challenges as with everything else. So the flipped classroom assumes that students take responsibility for their own learning, and also that the students actually follow the instructions, prepare before the class, and that's not always the case. I remember the first time we did the full flipped course. For the first 2 or 3 lectures, there was 75% of the students who did not watch any video or they didn't do any preparation. And that was discouraging, of course, but that is related also to the other challenge, the paradigm shift, because of course, it's a paradigm shift both for teachers but also for students. So it does take time to get used to the idea that I have to do something before the actual lecture or the classroom time. This improves over time because then the students realize that if they haven't prepared, they can't really be part of the online classes, of the online activity, of the in-class activities. Another challenge is that the first time you decide to flip your course, you need to spend quite some time on the front end. That means to decide which part of the course have to be moved out of the classroom, decide the activities, maybe record videos or find material that covers what you want to do, maybe do tutorials or maybe find tutorials, find out what are the best activities for reflection. Is it going to be quizzes, written assignments, reflection boards or whatever. And then, of course, you have to adjust on the way because it's not going to be perfect the first time. So that requires some time. But then once this, of course, this time is invested, it goes much better. And then another challenge we have seen is that it's difficult for the students and for the teachers to support the students, for instance, during the out of classroom sessions. If the student has a question, then it's difficult, you know, it's not, of course they can always send a message or an email or whatever, but they don't have this this ability to monitor comprehension and to provide what we call just-in-time feedback or information to the students. Yes. Of course, we have been using fora for this, but it has been a recurring problem in educational research. The students not being willing to use fora. But that's another discussion to take. So here, I think I have talked quite a lot. So I would like to ask you, I mean, I know what we have done to do that, but I would like to hear your ideas. So how could we assure that our students do the preparation? So how could we, let's say, encourage or maybe also force students in a way to prepare before the flipped classroom? What do you think? And then you can write your answer in the chat that I'm able to see here, hopefully. Let me see, I will stop sharing. Any idea about how to do that?
Are you going to read the chat? No, you are going to read the chat.
Yes, I can see the chat. That's why I stopped my presentation.
So I gave you an answer that probably works for the Greeks. For any student.
I can't see the answer, Kostas.
So I should read them. I don't know why you cannot see the answer.
Okay.
So I'm telling that we can bonus them. For example, by through their participation, you know, their participation and their preparation should count somehow on their overall marking. It's not something that I like, because I prefer the genuine interest, and you know, I would like to have a self-motivation to learn and engage. But sometimes probably you should trigger, you know, them to get engaged into the game.
Yes.
I think Nikos Petrakis was doing something in the old days during the exams, and probably Nikos can share his methodology with us. Remember, Nikos, with this, you were giving them a notebook that they should solve a number of problems.
They have to resolve a number of problems, 2 or 3 problems or exercises per week. That means approximately 30 or 35 or 40 in total. And this is was started because some years ago I went to the examination. They have many solutions 0. That means that a lot of people have write nothing in their paper. So I come up and I say, why do you come to the examination when you don't know how to write anything? That's why.
Yes, that's also a very good approach. I can also see Lauren has proposed a clear communication, what the expectations are, speak to them, ask them what needs to be done in order for them to participate, talk to them as adults. Yes, that's all. That's the first thing, obviously. Yes, that the expectations have to be clear. And as I said, because it's a paradigm shift, it takes time until they really understand what the expectations are. And that's on both sides. It's not only for the students, it's also for the teachers. So it's not to, you know, to point any fingers here. Unless there's nothing else,
I would like, you know, Evangelia, we have some students over there. I mean, how do they think about this kind of teaching? Like, okay, first of all, we have a reply from a colleague, Maria Zakinthinaki. Do you want Evangelia to read the reply of Maria?
Find subjects that most of all inspire the students. Not an easy thing to do, of course, that's true, but at least not always and not in their curriculum. Yes, that could be also an option, obviously. But of course, it has to be something that falls into the curriculum and to, you know, what you have to go through the semester. But yes, of course, motivating subject is always a solution, and a preferable solution, actually.
Let me ask, you know, some colleagues also from abroad, how do they think about this approach? I mean, how can they promote their students in order to get prepared and then use the lecturing time as a real quality time for discussion? So, Mircea, I mean, what is it? I mean, back in Romania, back to your university, what are the challenges in order to push the students to get prepared before the lecture and then during the lecture to interact? Do you face the same challenges as Evangelia?
It's quite difficult to motivate the students. I can share you an experience we had last year. Me and a colleague of mine teach a first-year class for the first-year students in order to motivate them to stay in the faculty and follow the lectures. And I think starting this year, we're going to reward the first 10, 20 students or maybe more. The first 10 or 20 students that will obtain a good mark with a trip somewhere in Europe. That's what we did last year.
You should send them to Greece to do their Erasmus experience in Crete.
We went last year to Italy, Florence, Milan, and Rome.
Crete is like Italy. I mean, we have Agios Nikolaos, it's like Venice.
We'll
Even
keep that in
better.
mind. Yeah.
Yes, well, this is what we were discussing about extrinsic motivation. So rewards coming from the environment, let's say. I don't know if.
But this Evangelia, can I ask you something? This extrinsic, motivation is not sustainable, I will say. The only sustainable way is like the internal motivation, no?
Well, we as human beings work function with both, because, for instance, I don't know if everybody, all of us would work if we didn't have our salaries, for instance. That's extrinsic motivation, yes. And of course, we could be also intrinsic motivated about the topic of our jobs, but we also need the extrinsic motivation, yes. So I mean, both things work, and I mean, of course, there has to be a balance. It's difficult, obviously, to motivate a person who only has extrinsic motivation, because then you need always to provide the rewards. But even the ones with quite high intrinsic motivation need extrinsic motivation, and the reward could also, encouragement, acknowledgement, stuff like that. It doesn't have to be, materialistic rewards per se. Of course, that helps also, and especially the ones who have kids really know how extrinsic motivation works.
Can we ask also Sarah Sela? Also, it's with us. I mean, I would like also to introduce our speakers from abroad, or our invited guests, our guests. Everyone is invited. So, Sarah Sela, what is the situation back home? What is your university? If you would like to introduce to the rest of the people.
Yes, well, I'm from the same university as my colleague Mircea from Romania, the Civil Engineering and Building Services faculty. We experienced a lot of challenges, let's say, with this part of the motivation. And also I had some classes when I gave, let's say, bonus to the students at the end of the semester if they were active or participating to different activities or games that I was providing them. But this comes, as our colleague said in the presentation, it comes also from within, from our side and from their side. It's difficult to change the paradigm and the ideas that everything should be, as we say, the information in front of them. But we are trying to adapt to this new situation with this part, as my colleague told you, trying to reward them and also showing examples from us. If we try to, and telling them, yes, we try to improve, we participate to Erasmus, to different lectures, maybe as an example, we can improve them, their activities.
Yes.
We have also a German colleague. I would like to see if the culture, somehow affects, because we're in Balkans now. Let's move to the north, that the people are a little bit more disciplined. So Arndt, if you are with us, what is the situation in Germany? I mean, have you ever tried to apply this flipped classroom approach? I think I got, Arndt is there.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you.
Actually, no, because my impression is flipped classroom is working properly with more experienced students. And I'm teaching physics for engineers. And the engineers, it's so my courses are more at the beginning of their studies, and so they are in the transition process from school to to university and to learn how to learn. And I think there under these conditions, it's not a good idea to use the flipped classroom approach. Probably, so that's my personal view on the things.
From the other hand, I will say, Arndt, that this transition is a quite challenge. We have examined this, I mean, on study habits as well, because they should learn new study habits. They should learn to take their notes by themselves, to direct their learning path, because the university professor just presents ideas and stuff like this. So they should go back, take their book and study by themselves. Completely different than the high school. But from the other hand, I think that as a universities, we should introduce them the real life situations as soon as possible. And I think the flipped classroom is the real life situation. You get the knowledge, and then you should learn how to apply this knowledge by yourself. And yes, you are quite correct. Probably it's not for the first year, for the first semester, but we should train them as soon as possible to operate like this, because in 4 years or in 5 years, they should perform as employees. And in the real life, you don't have the guidance of anyone. This is the problem. Find a way to solve it. All right. So I agree with you, but at the same time, I think that we should accelerate and we should introduce them to this kind of learning as soon as possible. If I thank you, Arndt, for the contribution. And now I would like to ask one student. Let's see if the students are with us, or just, one of the challenges of the online learning, just, shut down the camera, shut down the microphone, and probably they play PlayStation right now. So I will select Manolis Patsoudakis. I mean, are you with us? Oh, 100% accuracy. He's there.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Manolis. Thank you to answering this call. So Manolis, what do you think about this approach? If, for example, we are going to do electronics too, and I will record I will record my lecture. You have the chance to attend my lecture before you join the classroom, and during the classroom, we are going just to answer questions, solve examples, have a discussion. What do you think as a student of this approach? I mean, this demands, of course, from my side to prepare all the lectures before, the classroom time, and much earlier, because I should give you, I think, Evangelia, at least 3 days before, the videos to be there, or the educational material to be there. So to give time to the students to get engaged. So Manolis, what do you think about this approach?
I think it's good because it has interaction.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Very fast and very short on his answer. I don't know. Probably, can I ask? I have asked Nikolaos Petrakis, my colleague. What do you think about this?
It is interesting, and also we do this right now because we are teaching lectures theoretically, and we do not do courses in the labs yet. So this is what I ask from my students, to work at home, the exercise that I have given to them, and then we discuss only what they do not do, or only what any problems, if they have any problems.
Excellent, excellent. And we have also a colleague from, from Poland, I think, ECS, I cannot pronounce this. Zavinska, I'm sorry. Are you with us? No. Yes? No. Okay, let me ask another. Do you mind, Evangelia, if I ask the colleagues from all over the world? I would like to check, what is the... So, are you with us?
I think Pinziska replied.
Pinzi, I mean, I cannot pronounce this.
Yes, yes, she's here.
Okay, so what is your opinion about the flipped classroom approach? Can you send me Monica? It's better to say Monica. Probably she does not have a microphone. I guess. Okay, I totally understand. Okay, so I mean, Evangelia, you have the opinions from colleagues. You have the opinions from students. I think the challenges are the same all over the world. I mean,
yeah, I think so. I will go back to the presentation and then I can say a few things. But thank you to all of you who contributed. Very much to the point and very interesting. Let me go back to presenting mode. Sorry, now I have to go through. Yes. So, I mean, I do, as Costa said, there is probably a mentality thing, but most of our students are Danes, and we did have this 75% of not prepared students. So I think it's a recurring topic. So what we did, or people have done before, one way to motivate students to do the preparation is to have pre-class quizzes or tests, and these do not have to be part of the grades or anything, but at least to have activities where people are, and maybe quizzes or tests do not apply in your topic, but at least activities where the people should apply what they just learned. Yes, so that creates a motivation, and that also serves also as a control activity. So have I understood what I just read? Can I, answer all these questions, for instance, in the quiz, or at least most of the questions? As some people also mentioned, these pre-class activities, or some of the pre-class activities, could be part of the final assessment. Not the preparation itself, but it could be the quizzes, a pass-fail quiz, or some of these things. It could be something that you have to deliver, like I don't know, writing to a wiki. This is something that you have to do that. You don't get a grade, but you have to do that in order to pass the course. And then another thing to at least support this process is to use to analyze student online activity, and that depends on which learning environment you are using. For instance, if you're using Moodle as a learning management system, there are the reports in Moodle where you can actually see for a specific activity how many and which of the students actually watched or at least opened the PDF file or the video. You never know if they really watched the whole video till the end, but at least you know that some people never clicked on the resources. And then you can actually address that, not punish the student, but contact the students, check why they have been inactive, and try to support this by analyzing the online behavior. And then maybe adjust the content. Maybe sometimes it's too much, so students do not have time to go through all of it. So yes, these are some of the things. Of course, communication and motivating subject they are paramount. They are the first measure to take, but these do not always work. So these are some sub measures to support preparation in flipped classrooms. So here I have some considerations for the implementation. So decide, as I said before, what can go outside of the class, what is pure information transfer and things that the students can do on their own. Implement out of classroom instruction material, decide on what kind of activities your students will do in the class, select the materials for class, implement in class activities, implement post-class activities, and then evaluate and assess your implementation and do that again. Now, the Flip2G project, so I will use just 3 minutes to say a few things about what we are doing in this project. It's an Erasmus Plus Knowledge Alliance, and it's actually, the title is Enhancing Education and Training Through Data-Driven Adaptable Games in Flipped Classrooms. So it started, as I said, January 2019, and it will run for 3 years. And we are the coordinators. We have also 2 universities from Greece and from the UK. Then a company from Germany, Neurogames on games. Artenlinks is another company from Spain on data analytics. And then 2 secondary schools from Greece and from Norway. So the project is trying to develop a new educational paradigm that actually incorporates the flipped classroom. But in the flipped classroom, we try also to incorporate some parts of problem-based learning and game-based learning. That's why we say games, adaptable games. So we try to see how we can redesign this whole cycle that I showed you before, based on the problem-based approach, and also how to and where to incorporate some gaming elements or games in the process, just to hopefully increase a bit of motivation. And that applies both for universities and for secondary schools. And apart from that, the platform we are developing employs also learning analytics in order to be able to exactly see, which students are active, which are not so active. Also create dashboards about, the performance for each question or for each quiz or in the game, and also dashboards for the students so they can themselves see where they are, what they are missing to do. And finally, the learning analytics, they have also a predictive model that the predictive model, after a few sessions, can also tell you which of the students are in danger of dropping out. So the educator has, the chance to contact these people to see if there is anything they can do. And then also which students are also in danger of, for instance, failing, etc. And of course, the students do not get this information, obviously. It's just for the educators. And we have also developed a course design based on learning design for flipped classrooms. So you can find it on our webpage. And this learning design helps educators actually to make decisions for every phase in the flipped classroom on like what kind of tools, what kind of activities, what kind of resources I need, what kind of gaming elements, if you want to do that, what kind of educational data these activities will generate, and how I can analyze this data in order to create some overview of what is going on. I would like to very much for your attention. These are my contact details, and if you want to also follow the project, this is the Facebook page and the Twitter account. And I have also added another page with resources if you want to read more. Both a review of the flipped classroom that we did, the 4 pillars of flip that actually from the fliplearning.org page, and a teaching guide on Bloom's taxonomy if you are interested in learning a bit more about this. Thank you very much, Kostas, and all of you for the attention. I don't know if there are any questions.
Thank you, Evangelia. I would like also to inform the attendees that all the lectures and all the recording, they are going to be uploaded on the YouTube channel of our International Relations Office. I will send you the link after the uploading will finish, so you will have a chance to review again all the lectures of today. Are there any questions? Because I have questions myself, but it's better to start from your side. Any questions from the audience? Okay, let me, because sometimes, you know, they are shy. I will say they are shy to ask questions. Okay, let me ask you questions. First, Evangelia, thank you again. I'm not going to start with questions. I will start with a conversation that I had last week with an innovator in teaching science from Technion in Israel, that we were discussing exactly what Evangelia has presented today to us. This guy has tested flipped classroom for many years. So he told me, like, I mean, the conversation started that I was late in a meeting that we had, and he told me after I arrived to the Zoom, Kostas, you should not lecture. I say, what do you mean? I mean, I'm getting paid for I have to lecture. Say, no, you don't have to lecture. And the idea was the following. It's exactly what Evangelia mentioned. It's like to record my lectures and then use the time, not to lecture, but to discuss with the students the difficulties or how can I say, the terminology or the terms that they have not understood during studying my videos. He showed me his results after 10 years of testing this. 10 years of testing this. At the beginning, you can see two graphs around the higher value, the higher marking in the exams, and the lower values. So there were some Gaussians around the higher and the lower values. The distance was, I mean, can you see my hands? Because I have this stupid background. No, it's not stupid. It's my university, but I mean, you know, on my screen. So the distance between these two curves before the flipped classroom application was huge. And then after 10 years of applying this flipped classroom, you know, you can see that, you know, you have an overlapping. This shows the effectiveness of this kind of pedagogy. You know, the classical, the traditional way is teacher-oriented, back to 600 years. Now, by combining this flipped classroom, in 10 years research that they did in Technion, you know, you could see that these two curves, they overlap. And this showed to me, he would like to show to me that we should not teach. I mean, we should teach, but during the classroom time, we should have a different approach, completely different approach. But of course, you know, the first question that I asked him, okay, you are in Technion, your students are the best, you know, one of the best universities in the world. What happens, you know, in the smaller colleges? He told me what Evangelia and what Lauren has mentioned, that we did not build the Rome from the first scratch. It's a matter of culture. If we build this culture within ourselves and within the students, the result will be fantastic. I have with me the ex-director, Ioannis Vargiabas, is a colleague of mine like me, Petrakis. I think that Yannis Vargiabas, you are in a position somehow to promote this kind of teaching, you know, within our institution and our department. And I'm telling you, we are going to become the best department in the university if we follow this. We are going to attract more students because we are going to take care of our students. At the beginning, the challenge is, look, in Denmark, in one of the best universities, 75% of the students, they were not prepared. Okay, I mean, how worse we can be? I mean, and we are not Aalborg, but after we try, I think that we are going to reach the example of Technion.
Costa, if I may add something on this.
They never interrupt me. They never interrupt me, man. This is a lot. No, I'm kidding. Please.
But it's very related to what you said. What we found out is actually that during re-exams, after introducing the flipped classroom model, the students really either they failed with 0. The ones actually coming to the re-exam, they really performed much better compared to previous years. And that is because they had all the material, although they failed to, you know, to follow the course during the normal time, etc. When they really decided to study, they had the chance to really, you know, to pass the course. And that was like a huge difference. You could see that there were some people who got 0 because they did nothing, but all the rest, like I think the huge majority passed the course. So we didn't have this in between grades even. So I think it helps. Of course, there are always challenges, but of course, activating students always helps.
Evangelia, you are very right. I mean, Evangelia is an electronic engineer. So it's like Yanis and I don't know, probably Nikos, I think. So even, so she spoke like an electronic engineer, 0 or 1, digital performance. But yes, this is true. I would like now to go to the questions. I mean, you have answered that you have combined BBL with flipped classroom, so I should skip this. About the learning analytics, this is very important because it's like, this is the 4th revolution in higher education to use learning analytics in order to move from a mass learning to a personalized learning. It's like from medicine, from mass medicine to personalized medicine, which is like the evolution, and education follows right now. Apart from the learning analytics that the Moodle generates, what is the term that the people they fail to answer, so you give you an indication what to discuss into the classroom. What else? What other? You mentioned about a model that you have developed, a prediction model. I mean, can you speak a little bit more about this?
Yes, of course. That's part of the project, and that was developed by Termlinks, which is a company, a data analytics company from Spain. We do have the deliverable. If you would like, anyone who would like to have a better, view, but that's what they did actually is that they built based on neural networks. They built a prediction model that takes into account the educational data, and it's mainly like it can be demographics, so what kind of students, age, sex, etc. Then it has the engagement with the platform, so how many clicks, how many assignments done, etc. It gets also information on the results, like the scores, etc. And then based on that, they have built a model, a prediction model that they have trained with educational data that actually predicts quite accurately, I think. And it's actually a continuous learning model. So it takes the data and the prediction improves over time. So I think in day 80 of 240 days course, so that's 1/3 of the duration, they could predict with accuracy of 89% the students who would fail, something like that.
This is excellent. So you have applied and you have tested in one course, one semester course?
We are currently trying to do that.
Okay, but I have to propose something like to Vardiabasis. I think Ioannis Vardiabasis is using neural networks. I will prepare all my stuff in my course that there are a lot of students follow. I will follow the flipped classroom approach. I will provide you, I know how to use the learning analytics that the Moodle platform provides me, and I'm calling Ioannis Vardiabasis to use his neural network expertise to do the same in our department. I don't know, Ioannis.
Talent accepted.
Hey?
Yes.
Talent accepted.
Okay, fantastic. So I think that we will have next semester, we will have a results from our department as well. But Evangelia, I will appreciate if you share me the model somehow, and I will share it with my colleagues.
I will send you the link to the deliverable. I have to say that in our case, in our experience, demographics did not really actually affect the prediction. So that's not very important.
You mean demographics? You mean about the male or female?
Yes, sex, age, etc. They were not.
Can I ask you something else on this? Because Arndt mentioned something very good before, like the maturity of the students. Probably the maturity of the students, the semesters that they are, probably affects these results, no?
Yes, but the maturity will affect also, for instance, the engagement with the platform or the scores.
So this shows that the flipped classroom is more appropriate for mature students or for freshmen.
I think it depends. I have started applying the flipped classroom on second semester.
Okay.
bachelor, undergraduate.
This gives
And
us an innovation.
It works
Yes.
fine. It works fine, actually. And then we do it also in the third and the fourth. So students get used to it. And we haven't faced real problems. I think it's a matter of finding the right design, course design, and communicating that from the scratch. It was, I think it was more a matter of us being mature than the students.
Always. This is the challenge in the universities. Us to be more mature than the students. Yes, I totally agree with you. I don't know if we have any other questions. Yes, Yannis, the floor is yours.
In our department, we have laboratory exercises which follow the aforementioned procedure. We have all the material given to the students before the exercises at the start of each semester, and we tell them, come each week to do some exercise. But you have to learn, you have to read whatever we have given to you and be prepared. The problem is, how do we make the students to read? Some students that are interested, are mature, or they are afraid to fail the class, read whatever they have to read and come prepared. What happened with the other students? We just have to wait for them whenever they are mature, whenever they are afraid of losing, well, their years, and what happens to them? Because this is the problem. Not just for the professor to be ready. For our lab courses, we are all ready in our department, but the students have the same, let's say, failure each year. It never goes better.
I would say one thing that you could do is try to have, for instance, some activities like after they prepare and before come to the labs, they could, like, for instance, take a quiz or a test or something that then you can check. And even if it's not part of the assessment, that could be, and that motivate some of them, then at least you could check how the students, performed. If this is still the case, first of all, I have to say something. I don't know if it is politically correct, but I have to say that no matter what we do, there are a few students that we can't motivate, because they just, we have to accept that not all students are here to stay. I mean, we have huge dropouts in the first year at our university. That is something we deal with, and these students, it's very obvious that they will drop out. But maybe it's better also for them, they just find something better to do with their lives, something that they really like, and then they are also intrinsically motivated to do that. So that's my best advice, I would guess, that try to check what they did, like try to have an activity that controls that they really did that preparation. And I don't think you can do more.
We do it in the hard way, sometimes, not all the time. So we tell them, you are not ready, you are not prepared, go out. You are not going in the lab today. But yeah, I don't see how that changes the things.
But I think if they could get, for instance, some marks just for all the quizzes they pass, then they would be a bit more motivated, and then you wouldn't have to face that, during the lab. But then they would either pass or fail, and then all the people who fail, they are not accepted to the lab, for instance, and then you don't have to deal with that.
Actually, thanks to Yannis' question, I have tried this before, 5 years in a laboratory with, what was the name of the guy? Michalis, I'm forgetting now that he is a pensioner now. We were doing, the laboratory, and I had the idea, like before, I try to promote them to read, the next laboratory exercise. And before they enter to do the laboratory exercise, we had a small quiz. I'm telling you, after, and I told them if someone failed twice, I mean, he's excluded from the laboratory. After 5 weeks, I was me and my colleague in the laboratory. Everyone has failed. So I think to place a penalty, in this kind of pre-working, it does not work if the percent that is 75 or 80%, of unprepared students. I think we should find another trick in order to promote. Finally, and before are there any questions? We have together also Sonia Roland. Sonia is one of the speakers for tomorrow. She's going to speak about online teaching. Am I right, Sonia? So do you have any comment, or did I caught you unprepared?
Unprepared. Totally unprepared.
Right.
I just smiling because when you say that you throw out the people who don't study before, I think it's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, it was we did not throw them before. I mean, it was a mistake to say like if you are not coming prepared. Yes. After three times, you are excluded from the laboratory. This is a mistake. This is like on the conversation that we have discussed. But
yes, I would like to do it,
yeah.
but I can't.
This is a mistake. But we are learning from the mistakes. This is life, no?
Yes. Flip it class, and we all have this in the class, but the problem is the basis is very good. Okay, but we have a lot of students that are just in university just to be there.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's difficult. It's difficult to ask them to do the homework and then to be prepared to the class.
Yes. Okay, I'm very glad.
That's a problem here in Portugal and everywhere.
Everywhere. Yes. This is something that makes me feel a little bit more comfortable as a teacher, and I'm pretty sure that my colleagues, they feel the same. So it's a teacher's challenge. I mean, I was with a partner last week from Ernst & Young, and he told me, okay, if the student is good one, they don't need me because they are good anyhow. But if the student is weak, then you need a teacher, because the good student is a good student, however you are there or not. He's good. I mean mature. Let's say everyone can become good. So I think that the challenge is like to make students that at this moment is not so good to become better. Yes. Okay, I think that I should stop talking too much. I would like to thank you for today's session. It was very nice. I would like to thank all the speakers. I personally myself, I have enjoyed a lot and I learned a lot. For tomorrow, there is another session about online learning. I will send you a different Zoom link for tomorrow. I will do it in the next half an hour. We have excellent speakers as today regarding online teaching and learning. So tomorrow, the session is more focused. We're moving from soft skills to pedagogy and stuff like this. I think that it's very useful for all of us. But don't forget, at 5 o'clock, we continue with the seminar, the conference that my department organizes. You have received the link from my colleague, Dr. Fitilis. So in order to follow the conference that we organize the second year now in our department, you should follow the Zoom link that my colleague, Professor Fitilis, has sent to you. So I will see you in another Zoom link in 45 minutes. I would like to thank you very much for your participation. Your participation is more important than the lecturers. I would like to, of course, thanks the lecturers for their generosity, and see you tomorrow. And thank you very much. And whatever, thank you. Bye.